Yeah, that's what I get for not planning in advance, because now no one's going to show up. Something feels off. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm? What? Hmm? Hi! I've been jumping through so many hoops just to get this to work. Drives me nuts. Also, the camera's already too high. Because of course it is, because I think the other model is bigger than this one. I had the wrong model equipped for some reason. Ta-da. Hello. My legs were fucked up earlier. It's driving me nuts. Hi, is it... Hello. I told you I wasn't going to stream. I lied. I haven't watched YouTube all day. So that's one day so far. I gotta make it through the rest of the goddamn month now. Jesus. Also, immediately having issues with cables. Because God doesn't let me just relax. I have to suffer at all hours of the day over the most minuscule and inconsequential of things. Ugh. Hi. Hello, Shiny, Noi Pale, Obake, Brodo. I was worried for a minute. I was about to actually potentially shut it off. Because, like, if no one shows up, what am I doing? Who am I going to talk to? Myself? Don't have much to say. You know, half the point is, like, if you do a VRChat stream and then no one shows up, who am I chatting with? Nobody. Nobody. Hello, Skittish. The cables just want to wrap themselves around you. I can relate. Ayo? I played a bunch of Vintage today. I watched Smarty Pants on Dropout the whole time. How am I doing? I've been better. I've been having a weird day. Not really sure. Every day I spend playing a game instead of doing something creative fills me with, like, I don't know how to feel. Like, part of me feels like I did stuff that I like doing today. But the other part of me is like, why weren't you doing things that you could have, like, you weren't trying to draw? You didn't do any art practice? You didn't do any fucking writing? You got up, you took your medication, you opened the blinds, and you sat down in your chair. Again. I'm stuck in this rut that I can't seem to pry myself out of. Ugh, God, hydrated. It's miserably hot. Ugh. But the good news is I got a story to tell. I had for the first time in ages, I had like a relatively coherent dream. Now, was it a good dream? No. No, it was not. It was not a good dream. It was weird. I wouldn't call it a stress dream, but like the basic premise was, I guess I was living somewhere else. I wasn't living here. And I was coming back from somewhere to my room to, like, get ready to sleep or, like, to relax for the day. Like, oh, thank God, I've got my own space again. And then I go in there, and there's, like, someone else's stuff, like, on the floor, as if someone else was moving into the room with me. And if you don't know my history, I spent 6 years in the Army. I hated every second. Don't grease the wheels of capitalism with your blood, etc. But, I was basically saddled with shitty roommates the entirety of the time I was in the military. Either just kind of insufferable people, outright, like, insane people, or people that just would be up at like fucking 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Keep in mind, I have to get up at 6. No, I have to get up at 5. Excuse me. Sitting on their game, yelling while they're playing Call of Duty. So I've never had a good experience with roommates, ever. Even when I got out of the military, I had crazy people. I had a guy that, like, listen, if you want to smoke weed, that's fine. You're hotboxing your bedroom, and that smoke is coming into my room where I have a cat I literally just adopted that could get sick from your fucking bad habit. I had a guy that called me a fucking freak and thought I was a weirdo for talking to myself. So just generally bad experiences. What do you mean, adopt the kitty? No, I'm talking about the past. This is when I first adopted Blanche. But, anyway, I've never had good experience with roommates. So you can understand why a dream involving me being saddled with another person to live with wasn't great. But the dream kind of shifted around a bit. I was like trying to figure out like who the hell's moving in here with me? And then it got weird. Because then it was like my current apartment I'm actively living in instead of whatever location the dream had started in. And so I'm sitting at my desk or whatever, and then suddenly this large, like, obese guy is like sitting in my computer chair on my computer, using it as if it belongs to him. And like I can like, because I remember in the dream I'm like sitting at my desk and I feel his arm like pressing up against mine. I'm like, who the hell are you? Like, by the way, his weight is not like a negative thing. It's just that was an objective fact about the person in the dream. And like, I don't know what his deal is, but he started becoming like, he was literally like a horrible person. He was like getting up in my face, being kind of like smug about the fact that like, no, this is our collective space. We both live here, so this is our computer, not yours. And I'm like angry about this and upset and freaked out. And he's over on my socials and like he's made a Reddit account and he's over there just like posting the most rancid of things and opinions, although none of them I can remember. But he was just generally being like a despicable piece of shit. And I don't even know where the fuck this dream came from. It was very strange. Like, I eventually was trying to, like, whoa. I was trying to, like, shove him out of my room. Okay. Please tell me this is not gonna... Okay. I think we're good now. Hold on a sec. I had an issue with my controller earlier where I would turn the index controller on and it would immediately turn itself off again, instantly. And I couldn't figure out why. It wasn't until I plugged it in and kept it plugged in when turning it on that it didn't do that again. We'll see. My left arm goes limp. It's probably because this controller's fucked. God, if it wouldn't just be the typical, you know. But, it came to a point where then it jumped to my bedroom I grew up with in high school. So I was on the second floor. I had my own bedroom, and then there was, like, a bathroom area with 2 sinks and 1 toilet. And that bathroom connected to my stepbrother's room. And I'm now, like, trying to shove this guy out of this room, and he's outright refusing. And I'm like, oh, I finally got the door shut, and I'm fumbling with the lock, and I can't quite lock it, and he tries to push it back open. All the while being, like, an obnoxious asshole and, like, just continuing to be smug about the fact that, no, this is our shared living space. What are you doing, bro? But I finally managed to get that door locked, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, there's another door over here. And I'm racing to the other side to shut that door as well. And then it was morning, and I woke up. It wasn't even a nightmare. It was just... I mean, it was a nightmare, but it wasn't a nightmare. You know? But hi, Shinobi. You look amazing. Have you not seen my VTuber avatar before? I mean, my VRChat avatar? It's always interesting. I just get used to the fact or assume that people have seen it already, so I don't really make a big deal out of it. Y'all still with me? Hello? I don't know if my window broke or something. Okay. Because I can't check things as easily and the chat wasn't moving. So I was like, wait, did it break? Excellent. Hello, Spar. How you doing? I got a couple of outfits here. We're going to be getting a bunch more. This is going to get a huge update. Hopefully next month. That's when... Hypothetically, that's when I'm in the queue. That when I'm next for Voxid's updates. We'll be getting the Jester, along with a couple other outfits I'm excited about. But for now, gay, spooky. This is when I go to Halloween Town. Also gonna take the jewelry off, which makes me look like a lost animal. It's very weird. The jewelry is such a completing aspect of the design that taking it off is crazy. Yeah, the Jester is the big one on the docket, but I got a couple of others in mind as well, because if this is going to be the last time I commission Vox for a while, just because he only opens like twice a year, I want to try and cover as many bases as I can now so that I have a variety of stuff to play with and work with for a while, and I won't feel like as antsy about like, oh man, when is he going to open again, you know? I don't use a mocap suit. So I have a waist tracker and a tracker on each ankle, along with my controllers and the helmet. I want to get a different set of trackers. The slime trackers I've heard a lot of good things about, particularly that I don't need the lighthouses mounted on the walls anymore, and they'd be a little bit more responsive and consistent with motion. Also, I wish I had ones for my elbows, and honestly, ones for, there's other places you can put them, but having more trackers means more fluid motion. My arms don't quite move the way I want because, like, my full arm isn't being tracked. Just just the point at the end. What the hell? Oop. It is Valve Index. This is the index. The community helped fundraise for this thing 2 years ago. I wouldn't have VR headset or any VR equipment at all if it weren't for you guys. Also, finally, I can hear music in the thing. Can y'all hear the music, by the way? I was told by Kaz that the slime trackers don't need a lighthouse. That's what I was told. I don't know if that's true. The controllers do? I guess you're right. Whatever. But it works wonderful in VR games. I mean, that's the funny thing. The last VR game I've played was Half-Life Alyx. Actually, no, maybe it was Compound. I don't know. We haven't touched VR games in, like, since 2023. They're exhausting. You can't use your normal VTuber avatar. Oftentimes, it can be very sickening for people to watch, because if there isn't a camera directed at me like in VRChat, it's directly mounted to my head when I'm looking around, and unless I'm cognizant of moving my head slowly, it just becomes unwatchable nightmare garbage. You know? Additionally, VR gaming's exhausting. Like, this is fun because it's a social thing, right? But, like, other stuff, like, I used to want to play Boneworks, but now I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not, you know? I'm trying to think. I mean, the only VR game I would want to play, again, every time, I bring it up every time, and every time I forget the name. It's the one where there's, like, it's asymmetrical multiplayer. You've got people playing on desktop as, like, little guys, and they're, like, grappling everywhere and getting power-ups, and then one guy in VR is a big floating head who's just, like, grabbing trees and slapping them with them, and then just grabbing them and spiking them into the floor. And it's like the people on desktop are trying to defeat you, while you in VR are, like, looking around trying to find them and crush them. I want to play that. That looks like a load of fun. I want to, like, tap on the glass like a video game character when you've left the controller idle for too long. Like, ding, ding, ding. Hello? Normally, I don't try to do that, but you guys have to understand. I'm in here by myself, man. Unless I could drag Kaz in here, that could be fun. But I don't think I think he's busy today. He's going to be streaming. Let me see. Yeah, well, Draenor and Cow are currently... Cow is streaming Abiotic Factor, and Draenor is playing that with Knave and Skeleton Alpha. VR Giants isn't it? It doesn't sound like that. That name does not sound familiar, which I don't think it's that. And Garu's busy. I mean, I'd love to hang out with Gar. I feel like I want to hang out with them more, and every time I just fail to actually reach back out to plan anything. I also want to apologize to all the people on our Minecraft server. I'm sorry. I've been under a lot of stress. I've been tired. There's been a whole lot of shit going on, and I just haven't had the emotional energy to write the goddamn email to coordinate with the people to fix the server. I promise it will come back. I promise. I don't know how Kaz does it. Well, I appreciate it, Shinobi. I'm not really... Not right now. Thank you, though. I'd prefer to add people that I'm like... I'm tired. You know what I mean? I always feel bad when people ask, because then it's like, what? I don't know how to shoot people down gently, so to speak. It's like, you know what? No, go fuck yourself. I don't want to fucking... So, chat, somehow there are two different chat windows. Y'all can't see them. I have one, like, right here. And there's another one that jump scared me when I turned around. Why are there two windows? They updated OVR Toolkit. Davigo, that's the one. Okay, I don't know how to get rid of the second window. I don't like it because it's confusing, and they changed a bunch of perfectly functional settings that didn't need to be changed. Those UI designers gotta justify their jobs by changing the UI again. I know that's not true. This isn't like a big corporation, but still. Yes, it's Davigo. You got it right. That's the one. See, I don't really do VR chat stuff very much because it's exhausting to set up. And I also like if the chat isn't very active, it's a lot harder to engage with everyone because, like, I don't know where to go or what maps to look for. It's like a gamble. And I play VR for the social aspect usually, or for the gender euphoria aspect of it, you know? But, like, there's very few maps, and, like, usually in the moment, I'm like, I can't think of a place to go. And if the map's a disaster, now what? Copyrighted music, oh, fuck. About to make this a sleeping stream at this rate. I don't know how Kazzy does it. I say it every time. I don't know how he does it. He's so chatty. I wish I could be like that. People used to make fun of me for talking too much. And yet when it comes down to, like, trying to fill the silence with stuff to say, I can't do it. Can't do it. How'd that Da Vinci stuff go? I got my fucking money refunded, or, like, the pending charges dropped. And I never bothered to go buy another one because I didn't want to deal with another $300 being in fucking limbo. He does not mainline Red Bull and Monster. I doubt that very much. I think his demeanor would be way different if he was mainlining that much caffeine. Like, I could talk tabletop, but it's like, I mean, I don't know, man. Who even gives a shit about that? Most of the people that are regulars have already heard that spiel 1,000 times, and those who are new probably don't care. So it's like, whatever. My ears are... Good lord. He moke the good stuff. Whatever that means. It's also hard to talk about stuff that I might either want to run in the future, or stuff that I am running right now for my players, because how do I know they're not going to peek in and hang out, and then I've spoiled stuff for them, you know? I have an infinite sea of things to pull from, and yet whenever the chips are down, it's like, what do I say? What do I talk about? Do you like jazz? God damn it, I opened my desktop and got flashbanged by by iTunes. I don't have an hour of things to say about Harpooya. I love him. He's cool. He's complicated. He's a nuanced character, and game's not really known for that kind of nuance. And he's a sexy twink that I want to kiss. Like, that's pretty much it. The conversation's over now. Any attempts to kiss Harpooya would result in fatal electric shock. Hello, Pome Paradox. Welcome on in. What an amazing thing to come in on. Look, I couldn't even find out an angle or work out an angle to ship my fucking OC with Harpooya in universe. Just wouldn't work. Couldn't make it work. Any attempts to make it work felt both, this is not a priority considering the shit happening in the course of the games, and also, I don't think that Harpooya seems like a character that'd be very hard to work with in that regard without going what I would feel is out of character for him. It's like, yeah, I'd love to smooch him on his face, but I don't think that would be his priority. Hey, no spoilers on that game yet because we haven't gotten into it on stream. I have played through it, though. I prefer Thetis. I liked Thetis better. I liked his demeanor and his attitude. And even though he was still a villain, his motivations felt the most understandable out of all of those characters. I have played Advent. It's just that I haven't streamed it yet. I want to redo the Mega Marathon because we lost it. We lost it because of Twitch's fucking new VOD highlight policy and it failing to properly export all our videos. So all of my efforts for the Mega Marathon, as well as everything from Spooky Month last year, the hardest I've worked for a Spooky Month reveal, it's all gone. It's up in smoke. Because it failed to export, and Twitch, being the notoriously unhelpful fucking company that they are, didn't bother to try and look into it to get those lost files back. So they are gone for good. I'm in VR. I can't... You know what? No, I got you. I mean, the model isn't the best representation. I feel like the drawings of the character do them justice better, but why not? I can show you who Harpooya is right the fuck now. I'm too tall. You get to see a crotch shot. Isn't that fun? This guy. It feels weird, right? Like, I can't use skins of existing characters because it feels like I've stolen them. It feels like I've, like, slipped into their body and stolen them against their will, and it just feels weird. I know they're not real people. Also, my fucking hands feel like Mickey Mouse gloves. I've also fired some form of electrical wind blast, and I don't really know how I did that. I did it again. You can't see it, but it is happening. Wow! I don't even know if the camera's picking any of that up. That's so much flashing lights and shit. I don't think anyone can even see it. Yeah, a lot of the effects don't show up. And now the sword is... I don't know how it works. And now it's gone. It's very weird. Every time I try, it feels like a body snatching. Exactly! It's like there's a couple of characters that maybe, mostly if I don't know the character, but still, it just feels weird. And these are all the X-Dive versions. What the fuck just happened there? Does this one even work? Where'd my camera go? Oh, there we go. Hi. Another character whose design I really like, and he's an asshole. Y'all haven't seen this guy yet. I mean, some of you might have. Like Spar. He's got the best line of dialogue in Advent as well. It's the only voice line in that whole game, I think, that actually feels like proper emotion was put into it. He gives Power Bottom vibes? Yeah, you know what? I can see it. I can see that. Yeah. He just screams, "I'm going to demolish this whole wretched world" at one point. And that's the best line of voice-acted dialogue for the character in the entirety of ZX Advent. That game is a dumpster fire of bad choices, both on voice acting direction and game design. Mainly just, like, let's see, the first major boss is a goddamn racial stereotype against Native Americans. And remember how we were making fun of the Bomberman Generation game? Imagine every dialogue box, the voice acting is only read per box and will awkwardly stop and start again for every new box. So they're not reading one contiguous sentence, they're reading only that box and then reading a new take of the rest of that same sentence. It sounds really disjointed. It's not so much that it's bad like like Mega Man 8. It's bad just in, like, execution. Some of the voice acting's passable. Shockingly, Vent is some of the worst. And he's one of the main playable characters from the previous games. Skittish, why did you make me read that with my eyes? Why did you do that? Why? Why would you read that? Why would you make me read that? I want everyone to know that this very not safe work thing I'm about to say is fully Skittish's fault. Alright? Premature ejaculating while banging Prometheus and he just goes, defective. What's wrong with you? Look, at least if my desire to fuck Harpuya, at least Harpuya's gotta... Don't make fun of that, please. At least Harpuya... at his core is a good person, even if he's, like, making difficult choices during a difficult situation. Prometheus is just a bastard. Like, I know he's got some bad shit that kind of put him on this path in the first place, but he's still a bastard. And I don't know, maybe a hate fuck. We'll see. We'll see where the night takes us. I do like this one, though. This one's really well done. This one's very, expressive. Or at least, I don't know. I like this design. We must defeat all the evil energy. We must defeat all the evil energy immediately, Mega Man. The Harpuya model and this one and a few others I might show off are actually ported from the mobile game Mega Man X Dive, which I never liked. I never played it. I didn't like it because it just felt like, who cares about Mega Man? I know some people would argue that it was a celebration. It was a fucking soulless gachapon microtransaction nightmare mobile game, and I do not respect it. But the models are cool. Why am I on the ceiling? Why does the camera keep moving? Good lord, these feet! That proportion feels whack in VR. There's some cool ones in here. I don't know why I'm green. Outfits. Forms. That's the protoform? I'm pretty sure protoform's supposed to be black. Rise. X. Active. There we go. Energy. All the different 0-2 forms. What the fuck is this? Or this? This one I know. Spoilers. What the fuck? Cool. See, when you actually go into VR with this, it feels like the proportions are insane. What the fuck is going on with this? That doesn't feel correct. Why is there still green here? Oh my god. I don't know what's going on there, but this is cool. I always liked this sword. I always thought this sword was impractical as hell, but sick. The recoil rod. No spoilers, Brodo. I want to replay the games on stream. Oh my goodness. The triple rod? I don't know what this green effect is that's still... Oh. Apparently I'm throwing an item. Off it goes. Why is the shield active? There we go. That's better. Does the Buster even work? No, it doesn't work. Unfortunately. Hi, Shiny. One of my crowning achievements was when I was playing in Control-Alt-Crit in their Oops All Zeros game, where it was just different zeros from different eras in the timeline, and I got to play Who Do You Think? That I was given multiple compliments by the other players that I played this zero like incredibly well, that they felt like I was the most in character out of everyone at the table, which I still think about that. Making clothes in Blender is weird. This was the one you wanted to see again? It's a spoiler for people who didn't see the marketing. You know? I like that. That's the X-Dive villain. Oh, okay. I mean, I will say I like the glowy eyes and the shrouded face. That's fun, but it's just Zero again. I'm pretty sure, though, that this, like, either Nightmare Zero or this guy was also the villain of the Oops All Zeros game we did. And then there's, you know, Omega. You also have the full cloak, which for some reason doesn't work with full body tracking, so it looks weird. But the half cloak is cool. Love this shit. This model's really good. I actually really do like it. It's just the moment I look down, I want you to understand the comparison I make. When I look at these feet in VR, they are no joke the size of like a tray you would get at the cafeteria to carry your food. They're massive. These are monsters. No, the only outfits here are Chaos, Nightmare, Via, Omega, and then the different forms from 0 to. That's it. Hello, Sekwar! Oh, I keep forgetting that this flying camera is still active, which is why I couldn't move earlier. I don't have much else in here. I have 2 different Phantom models. I don't know which one's the better one. He looks weird with all the light. Also, the arms and, like, at least his feet feel reasonably sized. The ZX model? This isn't the ZX model, though. It's literally the same. The ZX model's way different. This is X-Dive Custom. This is the other one that I have, which I think looks weird. The other one's definitely better. Can't help but feel like the character made a noise and I couldn't hear it. It's stuck on my finger. I can't get it off. Don't you hate it when that happens? Apparently I am standing on it, and I can wiggle my fingers, but that's it. So many of these don't account for the character being in full body tracking, which is very funny. Give us a good... I'm good. It feels weird wearing these skins, because it's like, these are characters that I've grown very attached to over the course of my life. Ah, fuck. There we are. Hi, Goat. And Suya, welcome on in. I want to do a whole big thing for the Mega Man Marathon again. This time we'll probably only... No, I think we should play through all of them. It's just... I don't want to do X3. I skipped X3 last time. I don't want to do X4 and 5 again, considering the issues we were having. The Mega Man Zero games are the ones that matter to me, but the Mega Man X4 and 5 are important and relevant to the Zero series. I want to do Classic later. My intent is to do Classic in the lead up to Battle Network, since Classic and Battle Network are like parallel dimensions, right? You've got the Robot Masters and the development of robotics technology in Classic, and then you have the development of networking and internet technology in Battle Network, but they are parallel. That's why there's a lot of the same Robot Masters, but now they're Net Navis, which is why I wanted to do those back to back. Dynamo's a bastard. Fuck that guy. It's like, oh man, I'm just going to do this so I can get paid. Paid by who, asshole? After this is over, there's not going to be much left. What are you going to buy? What are you going to buy with that money? Have you thought this through at all? I guess so. Hey, Finn. I need to get a poncho for this boy. I've got like a couple other ideas for outfit stuff. I want to get like a cute poncho as just like a casual outfit, I think, which would be nice. And I don't know, maybe the Mega Man one. I keep forgetting I need to reach out to Spar because I want to design a cyber elf version of Ardwin. But I was like, some stuff happened when I was trying to work on that last time, and it kind of put me in a funk for a while. So I haven't really gotten back to that. Designing cyber elves is difficult because they have very simplistic but specific design elements that make them work. And I'm still struggling to adapt this boy into something like that. I forgot about that too. Yeah. The Helldiver's outfit's not a bad idea, but it would need like a full body to help with referencing for Vox, and I don't know if I've had the energy to do that yet. I was thinking about that, Sierra, and I was thinking about a cloak like that. Like, if I did a Cyber Elf Ardwin, I'd like the normal small ones, and then, like, the leveled up form when they get better, when you feed them enough E-crystals and stuff. Because the tiny one would be really, like, chibiified, which is saying a lot compared to a character that's already very small. But, and then he would have, he'd be a bit more like this. I bet you could probably incorporate the jewelry as part of, like, the different, like, I don't know. Cyberpunk Ardwin, y'all need to understand as well that this is one commission slot. There's only so many things I can ask of Voxid before it's stretching the realm of, like, absurdity. Okay? I don't want to overwhelm the man. I already did that last time. I don't want to do it again. I've already got the Jester outfit, as well as one, two, potentially 3 other outfits alongside props, the desire for audio link to be included in some of the models, and a couple of new expressions. So we're already pushing things a bit. No. Look, if I'm going to put Ardwin in outfits or whatever relating to the Zero series, I'm going to make him fit the universe, not just cosplay a character, okay? You don't understand. That's not how I work. I don't just, like, look at this costume I'm wearing, referencing the thing I love. I don't play like that, all right? It's all or nothing. Either he exists in this setting now as a cyber elf, or he doesn't. Besides, all the animal-style Reploids in Mega Man Zero don't really have a lot of facial expressions. They're very, like, edgy in the way they're designed, so it's really hard. Like, I can't really imagine a Reploid or Mutos Reploid version of Ardwin that wouldn't lose pretty much all of his personality, you know? ELF stands for Electronic Life Form, you fake fan. He can still be a cyber elf, okay? Although that does, cyber and electronic life form seems like a bit of a redundancy, and I'm not even sure if that's true. No. God, y'all are going to get me started on this again. Alistair doesn't have a cyber elf companion because that cyber elf is already dead. Alistair is allowed to be alive and participate in this story because the cyber elf that he released before he was executed hunted down his body and brought him back from the dead as thank you for what he had done. He has no memories of who he used to be, and the cyber elf that he rescued sacrificed their life so that he could live. There is no other cyber elf companion. And besides, if Ardwin was a cyber elf, it'd be another self-insert, and I can't imagine two self-inserts being buddies. It would complicate things, you know. I don't even know how I would make, like, a cyber elf work in that context. Probably because I care too much about the series and I overthink every little thing. Y'all have to understand, Alistair has a coherent character arc and role in the story that slightly alters the story, but not enough to significantly differentiate it from the games. I wanted him to fit the world and be a part of it, rather than like a character that felt tacked on. He's equally a participant in the events, all the way up to the end. And I even have stuff I haven't talked about yet for him beyond Zero, all the way to ZX and ZX Advent. And my personal hypothetical sequel that we will never get, that would finally put a perfect and legitimate capstone on the X and Zero series so that it can move on to where it's supposed to go, which is Legends, which I have yet to play. I've played it on my head. I like this idea. And I haven't talked about it yet because it requires that we play the other two games so I don't spoil those games' plot lines. I took my headset off to look for my water, and it was so much darker in this room than I realized it was. Where's my shit? There it is. Yeah. Yep, never played them. They're the only major, like, they're the only widely beloved part of the Mega Man franchise I've never touched. I've at least played Classic up to, like, 5 or 6. And 7. I played Mega Man and Bass. I played all the Classic games as a kid because I emulated them all. Even when I wasn't supposed to. I even got to play a lot of the Battle Network games I wasn't supposed to play because I emulated them, because my parents wouldn't buy them for me. Before I got caught one day, and then I never got to play them again. The only Classic game I've never played, I think, is... No, I think I've played 8 at least once. I want to say Powered Up, probably not. I've never played any of the Game Boy versions. I've never played 9, 10, or 9 or 10, because those were on the Wii, and I didn't get those. I played 11, but 11 is, like, admittedly forgettable. Sorry. The only Battle Network game I've never played is 5, because they changed the gameplay to have some kind of Fire Emblem-esque tactical strategy, and I didn't want any part of that, because that wasn't what I liked those games for. I didn't like it. Thought it was boring and stupid. So I never touched it. I skipped it. Went straight to 6. I don't think there's a single Mega Man game I've not played that is a part of, like, the mainline series, at least. It's sad to me that the game that kind of put Capcom on the map is the game that they no longer touch. Mega Man's dead. I don't expect to see anything new. If, like, listen, I don't want to invite it into the world unless they made it amazing, unless they really put their dedicated teams on making sure it was good. I wouldn't even want a remaster. Unless a remaster was, like, fully from the ground up, but it was fucking dope. I would play the fuck out of a remastered Mega Man Zero series. With, like, maybe some new mechanics, but the story has been untouched. I'd play the fuck out of that. I'd pay so much money. But you know what I really would? No, how about this? Okay, fuck a new game. Fuck a new game. Alright. Here's my fucking pitch. I don't know how they would make it work for the lead up to the series, although if they did it right, they could do flashbacks to the other games that they don't represent. But hear me out. The people responsible for the Castlevania anime and the, from what I heard, mediocre Devil May Cry anime, Mega Man Zero anime, done by the same people that did the Castlevania anime. Mostly following, still being faithful to the plot of the Zero games, 1 through 4, with flashbacks to the X series as they are relevant to the plot of those games. That's not some monkey's paw shit. The Castlevania anime fucking slaps. You kidding? Capcom loves to focus on their current cash cows and not listen to what the community wants. That's why the games that we're getting right now are, let's make your computer explode, Monster Hunter Wilds, and, fucking Resident Evil or whatever. Oh, Street Fighter? I don't know. That's more like, that's someone else's thing. I'm not into fighting games like that. I'm terrible at them. Competitive games make me sad, usually. But yeah, no, I can easily see a Mega Man Zero anime working. I think that'd be so good. It wouldn't even need to be that long. Although they could easily get away with, like, one season per, like, maybe they could get away with one season per game. Or maybe one season per pair of games. So you got 0, 1, and 2, which would not only conclude the entirety of the first game, it would give context to what brought 0 into this position in the first place while leaving some important information out, and it would also give us a connecting thread on what happened in the interim between 0, 1, and 2. Because that is the one thing I played out in my head, and every attempt I've done to play it out doesn't make sense or feel right to me, but it's like, they went from living in a hole in the ground in a ruined city to being in this fancy new, these fancy new digs with, like, flashing lights and shit and turret towers and a harbor? Where the fuck did they find this? How much time? Only a year had passed. Did this already exist? Did they just hijack it? Was this El Pizo's doing? Did he already have this place all decked out before everyone else showed up? Like, there is no explanation that makes sense in my mind to what happened between the first and second game to have such a huge jump in, like, quality of the, like, the digs that they're living in. A lot can happen in a year. All you need is money. That's funny. You realize that they're being persecuted by a massive megacity that contains, at the very bare minimum, 12 million people, because it's the last survivable living spot on the entire planet, and Reploids are being executed, at least in the first game, to solve an energy crisis. So the characters you're with are actively on the back foot facing the military might of an entire fucking, like, super city, effectively. So yeah, I think money might be a bit of a problem. They could just use hacks, life hacks, if you will. Those are called cyber elves, motherfucker, and cyber elves die when they do that, so have some respect. Okay? Cyber elves can literally interact, they're effectively magic. There's the physical world, and then there is cyberspace, which is a very advanced form of, like, technology. I don't really know where it came from. But cyberspace is interwoven with reality, and cyber elves are literally capable of changing the code in cyberspace to alter the physical world, but doing so kills them. The cyber elves are really good spar. Yeah. I love the cyber elves. It takes all the way through the series of games that you play for the cyber elves to finally be advanced enough, thanks to Ciel, to no longer die when they use their abilities. But many of them still do. It might as well be magic. You made a joke, Watercloak, and I turned it around to make it, because I turned it into canon because it is canon, motherfucker. I don't talk about this series much. Just because what else is there to say? I love it. I'll talk your goddamn ears off. I fucking love Mega Man Zero. It is literally constantly fighting an endless battle with Outer Wilds for my favorite games of all time. Meanwhile, Hollow Knight sitting in third place, like playing like a fucking Subway Surfers, like Ghost just playing Subway Surfers on a phone, while the other two are endlessly fighting to be in first place. I think that Lucas Gilbertson should be 0. Or, I don't know. I don't know Johnny Young Bosch. I don't know what they sound like. I don't know voice actors off the top of my dome. I don't even know what my fucking ideal cast would be. I got one person that would be an ideal cast. Coca Petri, the cockatrice from Mega Man 04, the late, great Gilbert Gottfried. That's the only one that's just a fucking given. Or someone akin to Gottfried. Or like Gilbert Gottfried. That guy is Gilbert Gottfried. It's full stop. That little freak is Gilbert Gottfried. My voice is okay. Basically, my intent is to not stream over the weekend this week. I've realized, especially with cutting YouTube out of my life for the next month, I don't know what to do with my time. And I want to hang out and do stuff, so... Hello, Count Drakus. See, I've never played Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game. I don't care about Devil May Cry, so I didn't see the Devil May Cry anime. I've never seen Trigun either. I'm a sham. Oh, I know you weren't criticizing. I was just explaining myself. Because I feel like it gets a little old for people when I say, I'm going to do something, I'm going to do this for my health, and then I don't do that. You know? As if that is a metric by which I should be judged by strangers. Yeah, no. Like, oh, let me think. The problem is I don't know voice actors. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I know voice actors. Like, I'm like voice actor adjacent, but I don't know the names of ones that I would be like, oh, he would be perfect for that role, you know? Brodo, I've never seen an episode of Power Rangers in my life. So you're correct. I don't know. Since we're talking about this, fuck it. Where's the keyboard? There it is. There we go. I only know Lucas Gilbertson because there was almost a window of time where I got to interact with him. There was a very small window where we were going to do, genuinely, we were going to do a Mega Man Zero playthrough on Control-Alt-Crit, because my friend Sean knows Lucas, because Lucas has provided voice work for some of their tabletop games they've run on stream whenever they've needed Zero. But Lucas is a busy guy, and it just never lined up. But he was going to be my co-host while I streamed the Mega Man Zero games, since he'd never played them. So he didn't know anything about them, and that was a really exciting prospect that just never really crystallized. Because that would have been fucking awesome, to like play through my favorite game series with one of the voice actors for my favorite character. Let's see, okay. Y'all are just starting to see my media literacy here, because you're like, Johnny Young Bosch plays Ichigo in Bleach, also never seen it. Lelouch in Code Geass, I also have never seen it. Never seen Trigun. Like, I'm aware of these series. I've never watched them. I've never watched Naruto. Never watched Dragon Ball Z. The only anime I've watched from start to finish is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I watched the first season of TTGL, but never watched the second one because a character I really liked, I got spoiled on, ended up betraying everyone else, and it made me sad. Because I liked that character, and now he's a bad guy, and I didn't want to watch it. That was back in, like, 2012. I watched a little bit of Fooly Cooly, and I didn't like it because I was I'm not saying I was an idiot. I haven't really had a chance to rewatch it since, or try, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it, so I didn't finish it. Yes, I've heard who's the little baby boobop. Yeah, he was in the terminal montage, something about Mega Man X. Yes. I mean, I've seen Castle in the Sky, and I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. I've seen Ponyo, but those don't really fall in the same category of what I would call anime in the traditional sense, because I feel like that stuff has a different vibe than what people think of when you say anime. Also, I think I have one more. One Punch Man. I saw the first season of One Punch Man. Fucking fantastic. Haven't seen the second season. I heard mixed reviews. Mark Gotha for X. Yeah, I believe that Sean had, like, that guy as well involved. I can't remember. Yeah. Mark Gotha is the voice that we have when people do the redeem. This must be Sigma's work. That's Mark Gotha. You can stream whatever movies you want. I can't promise they'll be there. I'm really difficult to pin down to watch stuff because I can't multitask when watching things I've never seen before because I'll miss something and then I might as well not have watched it. You know, movies that I've never seen have to take my full attention, and I don't like giving my full attention to things very often because it takes away from other stuff I might want to do. Man, it took a lot of fucking willpower to sit through K-Pop Demon Hunter, and I've liked it. K-Pop Demon Hunter was awesome. I enjoyed it. But it took a lot of fucking willpower to commit to sticking around and watching it instead of going home because I didn't really want to watch a new thing. G Gundam, never seen it. I'm an old man who doesn't watch things. Then again, I've also barely played any of the big name AAA games. I've played maybe 5 minutes of Assassin's Creed. Never played The Last of Us. What other games are we? I've never played a single God of War. I've never played a Resident Evil game. I know I'm not old. I'm just joking. I've never. Let's see, what other big AAA games? Name a AAA game series you love and see if I've played it. Why not? Let's just do this hipster bullshit. I can't think of anything else to talk about anyway. Also, apparently I'm in London, I think. Never played Kingdom Hearts. Didn't grow up with a PlayStation. I don't play fighting games. I played a brief amount of whatever mainline Street Fighter game was out in 2012, 2013. What was the most recent Street Fighter game in 2012, 2013? I played Kirby games. I played Nightmare in Dreamland, and I played an Air Ride, Kirby's Air Ride demo at the Toys R Us, and I played. Nope, that's it. Okay, yeah, I played a bit of Street Fighter 4, but only because it was something someone else was playing while I was deployed, and I didn't even play it very well. I just mashed buttons and lost. I also played one round of Tekken while I was deployed as well, and I mashed buttons and actually won against someone who was very good at the game, so the best strategy is to not have one. Then they can't fucking counter you. I had a feeling that Spar was going to have that answer on fucking lock. Never played Control, although I've wanted to. Never played Alan Wake. I'm very picky about a lot of things. I've been meaning to play more Kirby. Amazing Island. On the GameCube? Nope. Nope, never played Custom Robo. I can see how on brand every one of these things you brought up are, Brodo, by the way. Like, he voiced this guy in insert, Kamen Rider-esque, anime or mecha anime. It's like, nope. The only mecha thing I've ever engaged with, aside from watching a bit of Neon Genesis, which was so depressing I couldn't keep watching it, the only mecha content I've ever consumed was playing Armored Core 6. That was it. Never played Persona. I'm just not really into big, long RPGs like that because they're exhausting and eat all my time. Never played God Eater. Don't know what that is. Doesn't he, like, is God Eater the one where he fights a bunch of, like, tiny Super Sentai guys? Never played No More Heroes. Oh, God Eater's just faster Monster Hunter. Never played it. Nope, never even heard of it. Never played No More Heroes. Nope. Basically, here's how you can figure out what games I've played. Was it on a Nintendo console or PC? Then if it was, there's a chance I might have. If it was only ever on PlayStation or Xbox, I have never played it. Never played Beautiful Joe. Never played Wonderful 101. Never played Skylanders. Haven't even played Spyro since I was very, very young on someone else's PlayStation. Never played Crash Bandicoot ever. Never played Banjo-Kazooie. Or Banjo-Tooie, which is funny because my mother got me the guide, the fucking strategy guide for Tooie for my fucking birthday or Christmas one year. She bought me a strategy guide for a game I didn't even own. I played Tooie. You got me. Tooie fucking rocks. I've never played the sequel, mainly because I don't think it could ever live up to the quality of the first one. Tooie is amazing. Nope, I never really liked Star Wars that much, so nope. I need to replay Tooie as well. I haven't played it in so long. I love Tooie so much. Have you played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with the current free trial leading all the way up to the end of A Realm Reborn, as well as a free expansion, Heavensward, which is an award-winning expansion, by the way, all the way up to level 80? No, I haven't played that. I couldn't get past, like, the tutorial areas because they kept making me shoot targets in the forest. It was boring. Don't know why people like it so much. It sucks. They keep telling me after, like, 300 hours, that's when it gets good. Like, fuck, man. I'm not going to play a game that takes 300 hours for it to get good. I'd like it to be good at the start, you know? Yes, I played Cuphead. I also did the Pacifist challenge for all the run-and-gun levels like a lunatic. Yep, I've played Tooie, but not Kingdom Hearts, because Kingdom Hearts was only on PlayStation, motherfucker! Tooie was on a fucking 3DS! Tooie was on a DS. I owned a DS. I owned a Nintendo console. I owned a GameCube. I owned an N64, I owned a GameCube, and I didn't personally own a Wii, but my parents did, and then I bought a Wii later, and then I bought a Wii U. I've only ever really owned Nintendo consoles, because they are almost always the ones that have most of the games I actually want to play, whereas like 90% of the ones on other consoles are ones I don't fucking care about. I'm not going to spend a shitload of money on a console that I'm never going to use. Also, based on Kingdom Hearts, why the fuck would I get a game in Kingdom Hearts on, like, the fucking... Oh, here's Kingdom Hearts Birth by Memory Sleep 13.5 times 2 for the Ouya that relies on knowledge from every single other game in the series that I've never fucking played. Why the fuck would I do that? Then again, I'm also the person that got the second game in both of my favorite series first before the first one. My first Mega Man Zero game was 02, not 01. Because they didn't have 01 in the fucking used games shelf at the electronics boutique yet. So I played 2, then I played 1, then I played 4, then I played 3. That was the order, if I'm remembering correctly. We need a new song. Oh, of course. I'm not expecting people are judging me. I just think it's funny. Because the more I think about it, the more I realize that a lot of my knowledge of pop culture has come from osmosis through other people talking about games or watching people talk about games that I've never touched. Because, like, I just was never interested. Assassin's Creed does not interest me. I'm not interested. A big factor, I think, that compels me to play games is sound design and visual design. If your game is leaning too hard towards the more realistic, chances are I'm probably not going to want to play it. So the more that modern gen technology pushes games into looking better and better until I can see the individual pores on the fucking character's face, the less interested I am in playing them. And I think that might be why, despite me liking enjoying playing it, it's probably what has pushed me away from returning to Monster Hunter Wilds, despite me enjoying it and loving the new monsters. Because it's too high fidelity. Because a lot of the games, this game series personality and identity has been fucking squeezed out of it in favor of making it look more like every other generic fucking modern game that exists. Pome Paradox. Have I ever played Terraria? Let me go look at my Steam library. Alright, let's see. 3,900 hours of Terraria. Yeah, I guess I played a little. You think that number's an exaggeration? Joke's on you, it ain't. I think the current number is actually about 3,700. We have a current playthrough we haven't finished called The Phase Stricken, where the whole world is hallowed, covered in ice, our house is underground, and every available open space is filled with shimmer. Never touched Destiny or Destiny 2. I played Sonic Adventure 1, gave me a headache. My intent is I do want to do the Sonic games. I have plans to get my friend Shao Fanatic and Logan, Hyper Chaotix, to sit with me as co-hosts while I play through Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, as well as Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and maybe Sonic Heroes. We'll see. I don't know when that will be, though, so don't hold your breath. It'll be a while still. They're in the middle of a move. It's going to be blasphemy. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk looks... I don't know if I'd like it. Like, the gameplay is like... I'm sure it's a good game. It's just not my kind of game, you know? I don't know. Call me when you get to the advanced games. Advanced games. What advanced games? What part did I miss? What are we talking about? Oh, Sonic Advance! Maybe. I own Sonic Advance 1? Y'all have heard some of the music from the Sonic Advance game I played on stream because I have it in my music library. It's whichever one at the very end of the game. There's like a Dr. Robotnik's greatest hits with like the fucking drill car and like the swinging ball before like it changes into some other weird shit. Yeah, I think it's Sonic Advance 1. I think it's the only one I've played. I've never played Advance Wars except for Days of Ruin. Days of Ruin is the only Advance Wars game I've played. I love that one. Although I couldn't beat it as a kid. There was one particular mission that I couldn't beat until I was an adult and came back to revisit the series. I'm not sure where to start with your... Welcome on in, by the way. I genuinely don't know where to start with your username. Hispanina... Hispaninani... I don't know. Welcome on in. If you've got a preferred way to read your username, please let me know, and I will take that and use it. I didn't make a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fanfic. I made a fanfic of a guy getting turned into a Pokemon by a magic rock that fell from space. And I included elements from all the games except for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. But I have played it. I've never finished it, though. I've never finished Explorers of Sky. That was the only one I played for any length of time, and I want to revisit it and finish it. Hispani, not... Franny? Is that okay with you? I just want to make sure. Hey, Score. Like, if it was a Pokemon game, I've probably played it. I think what caused me to stop playing Explorers of Sky was I was getting tired of having to redo the last dungeon because I was bad at the game. I'd be interested to see how I experience the game this time around whenever I get to it. Another game I want to revisit is Guardian Signs. Everyone will sing the praises of Shadows of Almia or whatever. Never played it. Guardian Signs is the best fucking Pokemon Rangers game. I loved the way that story went, and I loved Oblivia. It was a very interesting location, as far as I recall, compared to other places in the Pokemon series. Never played Dynasty Warriors. The closest I ever got was trying Hyrule Warriors, but that was around the same time my roommate in the military had a drunken rampage, got a nosebleed, and attempted to both have a rap battle with me and also beat me up in the same breath. And I don't know, that just kind of, aside from me not being really interested in the gameplay, that kind of soured it for me. Look, it's just that they don't ever let you, like, I would always game the system, because I didn't really care about any of the other characters. The only one in Sky that I wanted to be was Riolu, and that one was a hard one to get, so every time I played it, I would have to go online and look up what answers I needed to give to get me the Pokemon I wanted to be. No, they said if shiny. Don't, no, shiny. Ease up. I know it's heartbreaking, but they meant if, not there is one if. Hypothetically, I'm sorry. Shiny Zango, lover of the Zangoose. You activated her neurons there for a second, and you. No, I'm just teasing you, Shiny. It's just like no. But like, it would be nice if you could just be whatever Pokemon you wanted to be. I mean, back in the day, if I had my choice, it probably would have been a ghost type. It would have had, like, I think that the general rule of thumb is, like, pre- or mid-evolutions only if you're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Although I would love to see one where you can go through the full evolution tree and stuff. Hi, Kayla! But, like, nowadays, my choice would be Morgrem. Because I like Morgrem now. Shocking nobody. But back then it would be Rotom, probably. Rotom, maybe Shuppet? I see. So that controller, it wasn't that it was fully charged. I was lied to, and the display told me it was charged when it was not. Okay, that's why it wasn't turning on. The battery was dead, but the display kept telling me it was charged. Weird. Caught Sableye and named it after you because it reminded me of the most of Arduin. Really? God, Okay, hold on. Let's back up. When you say this was before Sword and Shield, when did Sword and Shield come out? Because I'm fairly certain that I was not VTubing when Sword and Shield released. I'm pretty sure I played that on my own. You're confusing the timeline a bit there, Brodo. Unless you mean before you played Sword and Shield. Because Arduin wasn't public knowledge until, like, last year. Brodo, I don't know where... Are you okay? You might be experiencing a Mandela effect of some description. Okay. Because either you are experiencing a Mandela effect, or you need to tell me some things, because I don't know how the fuck you have some of that information based on the timeline you're giving me. Okay. Alright, that makes more sense. You named them before Sword and Shield, before you played it, not before it came out. Gotcha. I loved Sword and Shield. Everyone dunked it in the trash. It was the last mainline Pokemon game that I liked and actually bought and played. I promise I'm not a time traveler. I don't know. That sounds like something a time traveler would say. I never played the Sword and Shield DLC. I never got back around to doing that. Shame. Yeah, I think a lot of people, like, people blew that game out of proportion. I liked Hop. I'd never played Sun and Moon. I tried playing it at one point. I played about 20 minutes of it, but as soon as I encountered the Donald Trump ferret, and that was kind of the breaking point, because the game was tutorializing so much I felt like a fucking moron. It felt like it was talking down to me. I know these games are made for kids, but goddamn, it was so bad. It was so bad that it made me angry, and I just stopped playing. I've never played, like, Sun and Moon. So I skipped it. So some people would compare How to Hop, but I never played Sun and Moon, so Hop was my first experience with that general character archetype, and I think Hop was great. I genuinely think Hop was a really good rival. While I do miss the likes of Gary and Silver, I love Hop because he had an interesting character arc of, like, living in the shadow of his successful champion brother, wanting to follow in his footsteps, but at every turn being proven that he isn't as capable as he'd like to be compared to his brother. And eventually, after he has, like, that crash out, he finds an actual passion that he's good at and that he loves. And I think that's a compelling narrative. I love that narrative. Why did people hate Silver? He's a compelling, I mean, like, he's a character you're supposed to hate. He's the bad guy. Your first introduction to him is breaking into a building and stealing a Pokemon. He's an asshole. Of course you're supposed to hate him. That's the point. He's supposed to drive you to be better so you can kick his ass. And he has character development as well. You know what? I'll tell you one. Here's a rival that, like, I'm not going to tell you which game. I want you guys to guess, based on what I'm about to say, what rival is my favorite. This is a rival that is almost everyone I've talked to about the character has told me they fucking hate him. Which rival is he? He's my favorite. or one of my favorites. Mainline Pokemon only. Hop doesn't count. Rowan. That's a professor. Sierra nailed it. You got it. It's Barry. So many people tell me they fucking hate Barry. I love Barry. Hugh sucks. He's stupid. God, I played Black and White 2, and within like 10 minutes, I'm like, I never want to speak to this dumb motherfucker again. I hate him. I like Barry. Because Barry reminded me of me. He's like high energy and excitable, and that kind of was like a little bit heartbreaking to find out so many people hated him for the things that I liked him for. He's got so much energy. He's got so much personality. He's like, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I gotta go, bye. And then he runs out of frame. He's great. He was such a great character, and so many people hate him for reasons I can't even understand. The rivals you ought to hate are Hugh, because he's fucking horribly written. Honestly, all the rivals in Black and White feel kind of like, in their writing. I can't even remember the rivals in fucking X and Y. That's how you should really be able to tell how bad they are. I'm glad that everyone in the chat is in the same corner as me, that Barry's great, or at least he's not that bad. But everyone I remember talking to about Pokemon would always say how they found Barry annoying. It's like, I'm so sorry that my general vibe is annoying to you. I'll be sure to not talk to you anymore. No, Black and White is not the one I'm talking about. Hugh sucks in the sequel. I remember getting really annoyed and baffled at the writing in the sequel in Black and White 2. Although I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head the actual, like, content of what he said. I just remember it being profoundly stupid. It's like, I think they could have written him better, but I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't remember. And I didn't play Scarlet and Violet, so I don't even know if you had a rival in that game. I think, wait, wasn't it Penny? Wasn't Penny supposed to be the rival, actually? I don't even remember who the fuck is Brandon? Y'all can't just make up, like, what, like, I don't know who all your Daffy pals are, mate. Like, I don't... Oh, that explains it. I didn't play Gen 3. I played Alpha Sapphire, and I played the male character, obviously, so I got, I believe, May as the rival. And I don't even remember them, that's the thing. They didn't leave an impact on me, so that I can't really give you an opinion one way or another about the character. I'm not a fan of how the modern games have 3 rivals. I feel like that was a recurring pattern after Sword and Shield. Or no. I remember Wally. But most everyone likes Wally. I'm pretty sure he was an endearing character to anyone who plays those games. No, because they had 3 rivals in X and Y, and then they did it again in Scarlet and Violet, I think. They won't. Pokemon is a multi-million-dollar franchise. It has to be as watered down as they can manage. That's why the writing has been so bad for a while, too. Like, I liked Sword and Shield, but the one criticism I have is that the story fucking sucked. Hop's original character arc was great. And I liked the angle where things were going, but they just kind of like rushed through half the plot at the end. You didn't even get to have a direct hand in it, and it actively fucking refused to let you participate like every other game in the series. No, 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 let the adults handle it. Go do your gym challenge. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, in fucking Pokemon, in Pokemon Silver, like, Lance is like, hey, yo, what's up? You been doing the gyms? Sick. Anyway, oh, are you after these Team Rocket guys? Come on, let's go kick their asses. Dragonite, I want you to vaporize that man. And then he like, teamed up with you to bust into a multi-floor level, like, hideout for the biggest criminal organization in the region. And yet nowadays, it's like, our current champion's like, oh, no, dude, bro, it's fine, bro. Just, like, go do your gym thing. It's fine. It's fine. We got it. I'm the champion. It's my job. I got this, bro. Go ahead. And then, like, you're in the middle of fighting, like, a punk rocker who sings his song via lip sync only. And then in, like, 5 minutes, you walk out the front door and there's, like, a laser blast in the sky in the distance and a giant skeletal freak above, like, the capital city. And you're like, uh-huh. How well'd that go, asshole? You should probably check history to see how well the, like, up-and-coming trainers deal with these problems, because clearly you don't fucking read books. Oh, yeah, the Rocket 2 theme. Let's see. Actually, I think I might even have it, because I used to use it for inspiration while I was working on my not my tabletop game, when I was working on that fan fiction. Cool. Rookit. Oh, wow. I'm never going to find it at that rate. Are you kidding? Oh, good. Guess what I did, chat? I accidentally opened big picture mode. I don't know how to close it in VR. Shinobi, thank you for the gift subs. I didn't play Legends Arceus either. I have yet to play any of the modern iterations of the series, because I also thought Arceus didn't look very good at the time. I thought it looked like half-baked and wasn't really finished like it should have been, and I was like, I am not giving them money for games that are clearly not done. How the fuck do you close big picture mode? Never have I hated a feature installed in Steam more than that. What question? Listen, if you asked a question that bothered me, I didn't see it. Pokemon stories kind of fell by the wayside the moment they introduced multiverse theory into the games, making all choices mean nothing, so history to a creature coming to lay waste to a world means nothing because it probably didn't happen already. Oh, no, you're fine. It's whatever. Does anyone know how to close? I guess no one knows how to close big picture mode, which is why no one answered. Ugh. Steam, I fucking hate you. It literally won't let me. I don't think you understand. It's literally fucking stuck. Because I'm in VR, the VR menu is taking precedence, and there's no way to access that. I can't press escape on my in VR. Young lady, quit screaming. Hush. What menu? There's like 15 menus. And that isn't an option. There is no power option. Are you sure, Gamma? Because last time I Alt F4'd, it closed Steam, which would kill VRChat. Alright, nope, that worked. Thank you. All that for a fucking thing that no one cares about at this point. Okay, I did find it. Never mind. I found it. No one watching the VOD's gonna hear this anyway. There it is. Someone's remix and cover of the Hideout theme from Silver and Gold. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, it's the one thing in Steam I hate the most, is the big picture mode. I clicked it by accident while trying to minimize the Steam window in VR to access iTunes, and it just opened big picture mode. Hey, Draenor, I was just thinking about you guys. How'd the stream go? You say this is an Ultra Kill vibe. That's crazy, because this song predates Ultra Kill. So, I guess we gave up on listing other pop culture games I've never touched. Because as soon as Pokemon came up, the chat got completely derailed. I've never played Secrets of Mana or Trials of Mana. Or Trials of Mana. I've never played them. I said I played Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, and that's the only one I've ever played. I've been wanting to play Kirby Robobot for years. Never played Ninja Gaiden. Sab, I'm not sure if that, like, is that a joke? Is that question a joke? Is that a joke answer? Because I've played Hollow Knight all the way through to completion, including the DLC, 12 different times since I played it the first time in 2018, the year after it came out. It is in third place in my list of favorite games of all time. It's sitting on the sidelines, playing, like, organizing its charms and playing Subway Surfers, while Outer Wilds and Mega Man Zero battle for the top spot eternally. Have a good night, Brodo. Stay out of trouble. Honestly, standing up all afternoon is a good idea. I sit in that chair so much, just standing up and getting the blood flowing, even if I'm not doing anything. Nine Souls has been on the list for a while, Ash. It's been on the list for a while. It's in my library. I even put it on my schedule to play last summer, but then it kind of fell through to other things I wanted to play at the time, and I never really got back to it. It's been one I've been meaning to. My friend Boo keeps singing its praises as well, and he's waiting for me to play it as well, so soon-ish, maybe. Void Strangers doesn't even ring a bell name-wise, so no, never played it. I was listing more like big AAA games that everyone says they've played, like the big ones, you know? Wish I'd played Bloodborne, but I'm not buying a fucking PlayStation for one game. When I turn 65 and they finally release a legacy, like, anniversary edition of Bloodborne on PC, then I'll fucking play it. I played Donkey Kong 64 when I was very young on someone else's N64, and my memory of it is generally positive, despite people saying it is one of the worst N64 games ever released. Aside from that, no. Not played any DK games. Never Donkey Kong Country. Tropical Freeze looks like I would enjoy it, but never. Sims, I own it, and I've launched it, but not because I wanted to play it, because a friend recommended it to me as a program to help lay out structures and rooms for designing stuff, like for rooms. Nope. I own Skyrim. I've never played it. My long-standing joke has been me never playing it so that Todd Howard can never truly die because he made a deal with the devil to become a successful video game designer and sex icon, since I flumbled that word there. And because he's only allowed to die once everyone in the world has played Skyrim, I've refused to play it. Out of the sheer principle of just making sure that he suffers. Like, someone hasn't played Skyrim. Someone hasn't played it. Who hasn't played Skyrim? Me, motherfucker. I haven't played Skyrim. Never played Halo. And after all the bullshit Microsoft's doing these days, I never will. Spore, I owned it and played it a bit. I never played much, though. I have heard of Bloody Roar. I remember the fucking Nintendo Power that focused and featured it. Never played it. I've never played the furry fighting game. I remember reading the article for it. Nope. I haven't played that one. Although I wouldn't call that AAA. That's an indie game. It's one that's in my wish list, though, but I've had a hard time compelling myself to buy it due to mixed reviews on Steam, and also the fact that it is an RPG, so... Yeah, the question is, like, popular AAA games or, like, widely spread, widely played games. Which ones haven't you played? Which is to say, most of them. Is it not? I don't know. There's something about it that was preventing me from playing it. You'll also have to understand, Shiny, you should know this better than anybody. I've known you for 13 years. It's very difficult to get me to play new things. Let's see, Zelda. I've played my first Zelda that I ever played was someone else's copy of one of the Oracle of Ages or Seasons games, but I played it on one of their save files. In the midst of the game, had no idea what I was doing. I ran to the base of a tower and dug a bunch of holes and played around with the claw shot, and then I never played it again. My first proper Zelda was Twilight Princess. That was my first Zelda game. It was on my stepfather's Wii, because I didn't own it. And I can't remember if I actually beat it. I think I did. I played Twilight Princess. Majora's Mask is the best Zelda game. I don't give a shit about the other ones. Breath of the Wild was great, but I quickly burned myself out of it after I did everything there was to do. I was trying to knock Guardians into lava, and they weren't cooperating, and I got mad, and I never touched it again. Because I played so much Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom didn't grab me as like it should have, because it just felt like more of the same with a little bit of extra toys on top, and it just was kind of like, eh. I've played Four Swords Adventures on the GameCube. I've played like maybe an hour of Wind Waker. And I played maybe an hour of Link to the Past. And I almost 100% completed Link Between Worlds, but that's it. Oh, and I played a bit of Skyward Sword. I want to say up to the Fire Temple, maybe a little bit further before I just got fucking sick of it and stopped playing it. I want to revisit it, though. Hey, Shady. Thank you for the raid. Oh, I love Metroid. I want to do a Metroid marathon at some point. The only Metroid games I haven't played are the original SNES title, as well as Prime 2 and 3. I've never played Prime 2 and 3. I've only ever played the first one. But I've played Fusion, I've played Super, I've played Zero Mission, I've played Dread, I've played Prime. Love Samus. Fusion's my favorite. I don't play racing games. I've never played Hexen. No. I have a friend who goes by that username, but I've never played Hexen. Forza, Gran Turismo, I don't really care for racing games. I played like Need for Speed Carbon on the Wii, and I played a bit of like Burnout, whichever one has the game mode where you have to cause the biggest car accident as possible. That's it. Mod Nation Racers or Little Big Planet? Nope. Again, rule of thumb, y'all can ask me. Rule of thumb is if it was on a console I didn't own, so if it wasn't on a Nintendo console and it wasn't on PC, I probably didn't play it. So anything on Xbox exclusively or on PlayStation exclusively, it's almost a guarantee I didn't play it. Unless it had a PC port. And even then, if it was PC port or it could be found on a Nintendo console, that's not a guarantee, but at least it greatly increases the chances. Never played Tales of Symphonia or Tales of Vesperia. Nope. I don't even recognize the names. Never played Harvest Moon. No. Closest I ever played to Harvest Moon was like Stardew Valley, which is like, inspired very heavily by it. I owned Luigi's Mansion, yes. I had a GameCube. I had Luigi's Mansion. I had, what was it? Luigi's Mansion, Smash Brothers Melee, Bomberman Generation, Legend of Zelda Four Swords, Evolution Snowboarding, which is a weird snowboarding game where you snowboarded down mountains with chains and baseball bats with nails to beat up monsters on snowboards. It was very weird. I also owned Evolution Worlds, which was an RPG with a little anime protagonist with a robot hand with a big cartoon glove on it coming out of his bag, which I didn't play much, but I would like to try again at some point. No Man's Sky, I tried. I didn't like it, even after it got fixed. Glover? Nope. Never played it. Luigi's Mansion was another one that was on that. Oh, yeah, Star Fox Temperatures, or Star Fox Adventures. Never beat it. But I did like it. That was the only Star Fox game I've ever played. The funniest part is my favorite parts of those games were the parts of the games that were basically the old games, where you flew through space and shot spaceships and rocks. Hello, Imp Camper. I did escape into 3D. Yeah, no, Star Fox Adventures is the only Star Fox game I've ever played. Hello, Christopher. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Castlevania? No. I want to, though. I know I'll like them. I've just been trying to find the right window of opportunity. I want to do like a Castlevania marathon of at least the most well-known and good games. I want to start with Symphony of the Night because that's the one I know I'll like. Oh my goodness. Sorry. But yeah, no, never played Castlevania. I've watched the anime. I've seen people talk about the games endlessly. And I know I'll like them because I like Metroidvanias. Yep, I'm aware. I'm aware. My pal, Paradoxagent, is a big fan of the Castlevania games, and I know they were pretty stoked when they came out on Steam. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it. This is my custom character. This is my Sona, Ardwin. I'm going to be getting an update on it soon. I've got gay and spooky. Thank you, Drainar. I want to revisit Advance Wars. That one was one of the games that I think I really, really liked, but I often forget about. Advance Wars Days of Ruin, Half-Life 2, and Mega Man Zero were all like very influential games that affected like a piece of fiction that I was working on that I haven't really expanded on at all in a very long time. The personal story I want to write one day. And by one day, I mean I should probably do that soon. I'm 33. What else? Never played Soul Calibur. Nope. Chances are if it's a fighting game, Street Fighter style or anything like that that requires a lot of really high skill level input buttons and shit, I never played it. You ever played Monster Hunter? Since you're a new viewer, it would have been so funny to me, but like I almost went like, are you serious? And then realized that you literally just came in. Monster Hunter is one of my favorite series. I've streamed it excessively. We've played through Sunbreak, like Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak. I played a lot of World and a lot of Gen U on stream. And I played a bit of Wilds, but it hasn't been able to grab me because I'm not a fan of the direction they're taking the visuals. Golden Sun, my ex, screen shared some of Golden Sun with me back in 2019, but I never went back to it, and I think that's part of the reason why. But I'm sure I would like it. Never played a WarioWare game or any Wario game. The closest I've ever played to a Wario-style game would be Pizza Tower, which is inspired only and not a WarioWare game at all. Not a war story. Post-apocalyptic. But, like, the general central theme I want to go for is that, you know, even when things are at their worst, you know, there's always a reason to keep fighting and hoping for a better future, right? Love Rise. Yeah. My favorite monsters. My favorite monster in Rise is Rachna Kadaki. I love Rachna. Surprising literally nobody. Nope. Someone asked that earlier. I've never played Persona. They've never interested me. A lot of the big JRPGs are just... they're too dense. There's just too much. And I don't have the attention span to stick with a game like that for that long. Especially not these days. And if it's a sports game... no. The only sports games I ever owned or played were ones that were bought for me that I didn't ask for, and I only played because I didn't have anything else to do. Mario Strikers, Charged, which I played a very small amount on the GameCube, and then Evolution Snowboarding. That's it. I've never played a sports game. I don't really care about sports. I know Plucky Squire's one that I would probably play eventually. Have I played the pinball game that used to come by as standard on old Windows PCs? Nah, that game fucking sucks. No, of course I played it. Grandia and Grandia 2 I've never even heard of. Yes, I played Ski Free. I also played the game where you push the cubes around to trap the cats in the walls to turn them into cheese. I also played Jezball, which I bet y'all don't fucking remember, you goddamn babies. You clicked on the screen and made a little blue and red bar spread across. And if it managed to reach the walls before the ricocheting ball hit it, it would shrink the size of the space the ball could bounce. And you got better points the smaller that space was. If it hit your bar, it would destroy it. Great Baggy and Great Azuchi. Glavinus and Odegaron are pretty good. I love Odie. No, I played GoldenEye, but I didn't really care for it as a kid. I also played Perfect Dark, which I also thought was weird, but wasn't any good at. Have I played Pong and Centipede? I played the really shitty Infro Games 3D remake of Centipede, where it looked like every single thing in the game had way too few polygons than was necessary and had a really bizarre, like, Nightmare Fuel-ass Bubsy 3D intro 3D FMV, where the government kidnapped a guy in glasses and stuffed him in a UFO to make him fight centipedes. I played that one. We've been talking excessively about Pokemon for the last 45 minutes before you got here. Yes. Love Pokemon. Ash, you might be the first person I've ever met who knows what I'm talking about. There was a weird era where they released, like, old Atari games as, like, 3D remakes. I will say, the 3D remake of Combat, the one that you were, like, hover tanks, and you were, like, navigating cool, like, floating 3D levels and fancy skyboxes, that game fucks. I played the shit out of that. I drew art and, like, knew all the cheat codes and stuff. That one was fun. That was, like, a sleeper hit for me. But the Centipede one sucked. I played a bit of Hyrule Warriors back when I was in the military. I hated it. I wasn't really a big fan. Well, I didn't hate it. That's a strong word. I wasn't a big fan of it, and it also doesn't help that I was playing it around the time my roommate had a drunken rampage and tried to have a rap battle with me and also was trying to beat me up at the same time. Well, he was flip-flopping between threatening to hurt me and wanting to rap battle me before I got his NCO involved, but still, kind of a bad memory. Never played Super Monkey Ball, no. I've never played a Nancy Drew game, no. That does make me think there are games I would like to stream eventually. You gotta figure out the best way to do it. I do want to stream adventure games. I'd love to play King's Quest, some of the King's Quest games, and I'd love to play, based on watching some videos on speedruns of them recently, I want to try Quest for Glory and Quest for Glory 2. They sound really interesting. Ash, that's the one, yeah, and it had a weird FMV. And it would start as, like, fighting the centipedes, but then it would open more of the level, and, like, you would get more of the area, and eventually, like, I think the final boss of that game was, like, a giant ant. Oh, yeah, I played Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4. My opinion, I was very brand new to the Fallout games when they, like, I'd only, I think, just played through Fallout 4 when they had announced Fallout 76. And that was the first time I'd ever watched an E3 with Todd Howard in it, and I was stoked as hell, and that was like, that man lied to me, and he burned me so bad that I've never given a fuck about any new Fallout content since. Unironically, and obviously, it's not even a hot take, it's like a ice-cold take. New Vegas is the best one, and it's my favorite. Although I have a hard time replaying it because it's still buggy as hell. I played Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. I've never played the original Doom. I've never played Duke Nukem. Did I have what is an ironic thing in the military? Primal Rage, can't say I recognize it. No, I never, like, my first proper game console was the Nintendo 64. I never owned an SNES, my cousins did. And I never owned a Genesis, my cousins did. So I would play those when I was at their homes, but I never owned one, so I never played much of their library. So I'm very unfamiliar. No. The military doesn't work like that. And second, I was in because I was forced to either join a branch of the service or be homeless by shitty, horrible, retired military parents who treated an autistic ADHD gay child like a piece of shit who was, like, apparently deserved to go to juvie. So funny to think that they would threaten to send me to juvie. Isn't that crazy? Never played Rhythm Heaven. I can sing, but I'm really bad with rhythm for some reason. So yeah, no, I would not play a military game ironically or unironically. That's why I also have never played Call of Duty. I don't give a fuck. I don't have any negative opinions of anyone here who might like Call of Duty. It's unfair to generalize people based on, like, the kind of games they like to play. But I've never played COD. I've never played Battlefield. I've never even played, like, the zombie versions of the zombie shit. I don't care. I've never had less interest in playing a video game in my life. I mean, it's whatever. It's all in the past now, Volcagus, rather. See, the reason I was upset about Fallout 76 is because I loved the environments, and I loved, like, I had played out in my head Country Roads as a song. So I had the idea of a character, like, getting cryogenically frozen, like in 4. But, like, that song is now heartbreaking, in a sense, right? Because, you know, when it gets to the part where it's like, I hear her voice in the morning hour, she calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. That part, it's that person now lamenting the life that they can never go back to. And that was compelling. That was compelling to me. And Fallout 76 ended up being a fucking dumpster fire. I know they said that they fixed it a lot since its release, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. They will never get a cent from me again for anything Fallout related because of that. By forcing it to be multiplayer, they ruined that game. It doesn't even matter how buggy and nightmarish it is. It doesn't matter that you can watch, like, a 2-hour video by Joseph Anderson showcasing, like, a thousand bugs in the game. Never played Ace Attorney. I've been meaning to. It's why I've been avoiding spoilers for it. Never played it, but I want to. Never played Ace Combat. If it's a military sim, I haven't played it. I don't care. The game has to have an engaging, like, gameplay loop, or it has to have a good story. Like, it either has to be a fun arcadey thing, or it has to have an awesome story. Ace Combat is a fucking flight simulator. It has neither of those things for me. Never played Time Splitters. I heard good things about it, though. You also have to understand that another factor that affected a lot of my game access was the fact that after a certain point in the GameCube era, my parents confiscated almost every video game I owned. I was only ever allowed to play the handheld games when we went traveling, but other than that, I was barred from games. They literally had taken my consoles and locked them in our attic behind 2 different locked doors, because I didn't earn them back by doing well in school. And yet, they were also the kinds of people, I'm sure you've had parents, like either parents in your life or adults in your life where you're like, I've been working really hard, I'm trying, maybe I could have a thing back? And their response is not just no, it's no, and because you asked, I am now going to extend the amount of time you don't get to have it. For having the audacity to even ask them, they move the invisible goalposts. So basically, after a certain point, I gave up. Video games were now something I had to either only enjoy playing during family trips, or ones that I had to sneak playing by either downloading emulators or playing on flash game websites at school. That was the extent of my access to games, basically for the latter the half of my childhood. Sin and Punishment never played. Okay, I didn't realize Ace Combat had a story, but in any case, it's very military focused. Flying fighter jets that are basically modeled after real-life airplanes, and that has never interested me. You also have to understand that I am the child of an Air Force family. My mother was Air Force, my stepfather's Air Force, my uncle was Air Force. So you can understand, based on the temperament of my parents and family, I couldn't fucking stand military-based shit. I didn't give a flying fuck. So absolutely not, I didn't play any Ace Combat. I resent my family for these things because I feel like I might have been an actual artist. Like, they didn't really encourage my art either. They didn't really encourage my writing. One time they used the story I was writing in my books as a basis for their lecture on how I needed to behave better. Like, what would this character in your story think? How fucking dare you presume the opinions of my characters as an argument that you're using to, lecture me? My parents would do this thing where they would be like, your therapist is good. They would be like, your therapist is really not going to be happy to hear this. They would threaten to tattle on me to a fucking doctor who is supposed to be helping me, right? They were gonna tattle on me to my psychiatrist. There were multiple times my mother threatened to get me on antipsychotics because I was so unreasonable and poorly behaved. They threatened to basically lobotomize me with drugs. She would never do it, but she would threaten it a lot. I was Army. My parents were Air Force. I was forced into the Army and I spent 6 years miserable. But yeah, it sucked. It sucked. It took until many years later for me to realize I was abused. It was bad. It was bad, but it's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's fine now. I don't talk to her. I tried to maintain contact with her, but she threatened to call the police on me for a welfare check because I refused to answer her text messages on her time schedule. And that was the breaking point. I told her that I was putting my foot down. You can't treat me like that. I'm a fucking adult, and that's unacceptable. I'm an autonomous adult with my own responsibilities in life, and you can't be behaving this way. And then she did the usual adult thing of being like, well, I'm sorry that I care about you and I'm worried about you. Oh, okay. I have not spoken to my mother in text or call in 3 years, maybe more. Actually, I think I haven't spoken to her since I moved from the old apartment to this one in the same complex. So, yeah, I haven't spoken to my mother in 3 years. You could tell that she's moved on from it. She's not moved on, but she's at least decided to enter spite mode because she hasn't even sent me any birthday gifts or birthday cards or anything for the last 2 years. I haven't heard from her at all either. Not a text, nothing, not even an attempt. That's how you know how much I mean to her. And to Joe, the piece of shit, fuck him. If you ever watch this, Joe, fuck you. You only ever tolerated me because I was part of the package that I came with the package that was my mother. And because I didn't fit into the box you wanted me to fit in, because I wasn't going to be the good little military boy you wanted me to be like your other child, you decided that you didn't like me. If you loved me, I don't believe it. There was never a point in my life I felt you actually cared about me. Ever. So, there you go. Part of me wonders what they think. Hey, I'm a streamer. I have a community of people that support me and enjoy the things I do and like me for who I am as a person. My parents, all the way up until like 2016, would continue to act like friends that like Shiny, you still here? Shiny Zango. Shiny Zango is a friend I have had since 2012. I met her through Tumblr, through a brief span of art she was making to chronicle her playthrough of Terraria, a game that I had only recently gotten really into. And I loved her art, and I reached out to commission her, and we've been friends ever since. I've been friends with Shiny for 13 years. At the point that I'm about to talk about, I had been friends with Shiny for 4 years. I'd been friends with a lot of people that I had met, that I had trusted, that I could verifiably prove were good and kind people that cared about me. When I was leaving the military, I got a passive-aggressive email from Joe, and even up to that point, I was getting messages from my mother basically claiming that every person I'd ever made friends with online were actually really crazy people that were manipulating me, and that I was being, like, tricked. All those people that you send your money to buy their artwork from, oh, I really hope they care about you as much as you think they do, because when you get out of the military, I ain't gonna fucking help you. Funny how that works, jackass. Those friends that you claimed were like internet lunatics trying to take advantage of me, scammers and liars, have been better family to me than you motherfuckers ever were. And if push came to shove and I was cut off from my military disability, you can bet your ass that it would be either reach out to my friends for assistance or die on the street. I would sooner die than call my mother and father and ask them for a fucking cent. I would rather die on the street starving out of spite than ask them for a damn thing. Hi, Nave! Talking about family! Isn't that fun? Anyway, let's change the subject a bit. Sorry, I don't talk about my family much because, you know, they suck. My grandmother didn't. My grandparents were good people. And I think they were the glue that held most of this family together. I'm sad they're gone, but, you know, c'est la vie. I've never played 2077, no. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about video games I've played or haven't played. Found family is sometimes, if not the most times, the best family. Why do you think so many of my stories are like found family stories? Arduin's story of being like brought really low and trapped in this inescapable situation ends up coming across various people he never would have met that treat him with more kindness than his own family or the people that he lived with at the time ever did, right? Tabletop games are almost consistently about a group of misfits all coming together. I love that shit. It is my crack cocaine. Never played JoJo's, never watched JoJo, just never really been interested. Hi, Mr. Nobody. What? Cocaine? Oh, right. I literally just said that. Look, man, I have ADHD. I'm in VR, and I'm like on my shit, man. I will forget the things I've said almost immediately after saying them. That's probably the closest I've ever had to someone bringing up or responding to a thing I said and me already having forgotten what they're talking about. You're like, cocaine. And I'm like, when the fuck did I bring up cocaine at any point? Literally less than 15 seconds prior. Found family's my fucking cocaine. Gotta love my brain. Never played a Ben 10 game. I tend to not play a lot of properties that are built upon existing franchises. Hold on, let me reorient things a bit. I need to rest my toesies. My little paws are getting tired. There we go. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Where are you guys? There we are. I need to relocate the chat window as well, so give me a moment. There. That's a little better. Now, where the fuck is the chat editing window? Seriously? I don't know how to move the chat windows now. Like, they updated OVR Toolkit in a way that's making it extremely difficult to do bare minimum basic fucking shit that used to be simple, and I don't understand why they had to make it worse. Wrong one. There we are. Bring to me. Figured it out. Yeah, they updated it. Since the last time I was in VR anyway. There we are. Left 4 Dead, I loved... Listen, if it was a Valve game, aside from TF2, which I played way later and didn't really play as much, I probably played it. Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Episode 1 and 2. I never really played arcade games, no. I mean, my first proper video game was technically an arcade game. My first video games were like Pac-Man, Dig Dug, that I played on my mother's computer. Galaxian. We had like a 4-pack. It was Dig Dug, Galaxian, Pac-Man, and Pole Position. One of those games is not like the other, because one of those games sucks, and it's Pole Position. Listen, if you say you liked Pole Position, you're a liar. Metal Slug fucking rules! I played a shitload of that when I was in AIT. I played it on the PSP, which I owned very briefly. Because I was trying to homebrew it so I could play Cave Story on it, and I never got that to work. Whichever one had the longest end sequence. I feel like I must have played a pinball machine at some point, but I wouldn't be able to remember. Yeah, Metal Slug rules. Those games were so weird. I was always so fascinated by them, not just because the animation was so good, but because the world building in those shoot-'em-up games had so much weirdness. I mean, like, one of the games opens with a giant hermit crab with a military fucking installation built on its back. And then another one, you're like running through the fucking level and there's a bunch of zombies shooting blood lasers, and you get to the end and there's these fucking fucked up ancient aliens doing like an orbital laser attack on you around a fucking meteor crash. It's like, what the hell's going on? I loved those games because of how weird and varied their stages were. It painted a very colorful and interesting world. Never played Mortal Kombat. If it's a fighting game requiring precise inputs to play well, then it was a game I never played because I didn't like those. The reason I got into Smash Brothers is because it simplified fighting games to like directional, in the context of like directional inputs only. It was very simplified, so the movesets were more accessible to me as opposed to up, up, down, down, quarter circle, forward, left, right, up, down, like slap your dad, do a backflip, file your taxes in order to like fucking punch a guy 3 times in the row. Like, I can't do it. There's just too many inputs it's asking for me in such a quick succession, and I have to do that while also reading what my opponent is doing? Fuck that, man. That's homework. House of the Dead Time Crisis, never played. Never played Metal Gear. I've been meaning to for a while. I've been trying to find the right time. Colonel. That's Luigi. Show him a little respect. His skin is so pale, probably from living in his brother's shadow for so long. What's gotten into you, Colonel? La li lu lay lo. Colonel? Colonel? Colonel! I can't do the yelling. I can't do the Snake voice beyond just like the, Colonel. Metal Gear. I've never, I played Project M once or twice, but I could never really get the modded Smash stuff to work. Aside from that, I think that platform fighters feel more engaging because of how all of your gameplay is expressed spatially. I agree. Look, here's the hottest take of the century. Smash Brothers got worse once they started catering to the competitive crowd over the casual party game crowd. Smash Brothers, I will attest, I liked Brawl. I'm not saying Subspace Emissary was perfect. It was very flawed, but I think it was the best realized version of that crossover game, and we never got it again. Don't cite World of Light to me, motherfucker, because it was a fucking shadow. It was the hollowed-out corpse of Subspace Emissary being puppeteered around by Sakurai, because he knew if he didn't include something like that, his fucking fan base would have lost their damn minds. But it was never as good as Subspace, and having all the characters interacting. That was what makes crossovers fun for people. And you know what I'll say? This will piss off a lot of fucking Smash players. I think they should have kept the tripping, because the tripping, is it annoying? Yeah, I don't give a shit, because I really think those games are better as fun party games where you're mashing your favorite characters together, not a fucking sweaty fucking tryhard experience. It can be, but I don't think that's what the game should have been catered to. If you want a sweaty fighting game, play fucking Street Fighter. And that's not me. When I use the word sweaty, I want to make it clear that it's not meant to be a disparaging comment. It's the best way I can describe, like, fast twitch, high effort, high skill fighting game. I don't like those games, because that's not what I played Smash Brothers for. I played it because I liked all these characters from all these different franchises interacting. It was compelling and interesting to me. I understand Sakurai's frustration with people spoiling Subspace. I disagree with his fucking nuclear option of basically like a child taking his toy and going home and saying, I'm never bringing that toy with me again because you ruined it for me. I don't like that. I think that was a very spiteful and emotionally driven decision that I'm shocked he is stuck with this long. The only parts of World of Light I liked were the return of the boss fights. And I'm still mad that Smash Ultimate doesn't have a dedicated boss rush. And before you tell me, no, Sephiroth doesn't count. Because Sephiroth is... You only get to play Sephiroth when you fight all the bosses. That's it. You don't get to play any of the other characters. It's Sephiroth only. Boring. People wanted Crystal, but they got Bayonetta. Look, my picks for Smash are all Mega Man. Except for one or two. So, you've got Ridley from Samus. You've got Bowser for Mario. You've got King K. Rool for DK. Instead of making Wily a goddamn assist trophy, make him a fucking fighter. Wily to Mega Man. That would be awesome. We already have, like, a precedent for that. What with, like, Bowser Jr. and his clown car and all the Koopalings. It would be perfectly reasonable to have Wily be a fighter, but only in his machine. And then make his final smash one of the Wily machines, right? That would be cool. And I'll even say this for someone who's not a mainline fan of the series, but wants to be, Dr. Eggman for Sonic. You could have the same argument for Eggman having like a little pilotable mech. But if I wanted, like, ones that... I have had a long history of complaining about the addition of so many Fire Emblem characters to the point where they've added so many, and the fans of those characters have been so insufferable about their addition. The thing I really hated was the hose mad, or die mad about it for the people that are effectively being, like, that are gorging on content for their favorite shit. Heaven forbid someone want to see something different. I'm not against you having your Fire Emblem characters, my dude. That's fine. I am against when you're getting so much attention that other series that I think deserve representation are being passed over in favor of another anime boy with a sword. That being said, if that anime boy with a sword has a unique playstyle and is maybe from a different fucking series, I'd be okay with it. And that's why my pitch is I want Mega Man Zero. We've got classic... We've got Rock. We don't need X. We've got the Rudy Tooty point and shooty little guy already. And X is in his final smash. Give me Zero. Give me fucking Zero, dude. Give me Zero. I want Zero. And then we could maybe argue about either putting Sigma in, or, listen, I'll be real. Let's just put in fucking Dr. Vile. How the hell would he work? I don't know. Fuck if I know, man. He's a shriveled old fuck in a goddamn traffic cone back to tank for the entirety of the series until he turns into a big fucked up robot at the end, but that's only at the very end. Knave, you're right. You're right. Listen, here's the thing. Like, my opinion is split. Because on one hand, I respect, we did get a Monster Hunter rep. Something I've always said and people always say is that Monster Hunter isn't about the characters that you're playing, it's about the monsters. They are the fucking star of the show. Rathalos is the Monster Hunter mascot. So, by having Rathalos be a fight you can have in Smash Bros. Ultimate, including being faithful to the way that you trap monsters in the game, both with the Deku Nut acting as a flash bomb, and the Pitfall Trap acting as a, pit trap, that was Monster Hunter's representative for Smash Ultimate, which I respect. However, I do think that the Hunter would be pretty fucking cool, especially with the way that Smash does its movesets. You can have every single weapon that a Hunter uses for every move. You could have the Great Sword as, like, the default B, right? So you've got, like, the charge attack you do for, like, let's see. What character has, like, a charge-up move with the blade? I think one of the ones that do that is, like, the Fire Emblem characters, like Roy. So you have, like, default neutral special is the Great Sword, because that's the iconic Monster Hunter weapon that everyone recognizes, and you can charge it up for, like, either just, like, you can either swing it or hold it down for, like, the bigger attack, and then if you hold it down long enough, you get the true charge, right? For the maximum damage. And then you could have, like, up smash could be the, or actually, let's try, like, the forward smash would be, like, the elemental discharge on the fucking charge blade. And then, like, the air recovery move would either be, like the slinger, or it would be, like, the spin through the air move that you do with the fucking dual blades when you jump on the monster, right? There's so many ways you could really spice up and make an interesting moveset out of the Monster Hunter like a Hunter character. Oh, you know what, Prima, you're right. Oh, wait, Gabe! Hi, it's good to see you. Can I get a shout-out from my friend, Prima? Gabe is a friend I love dearly. And for those of you who don't know, they play Claude Laurent in Good Intentions, the tabletop game. That also, so funny that you show up today when I was like, I want to talk about tabletop, but I don't know if my players will show up because then I might spoil the stuff I've got planned. And the day I mentioned that, there you are. No, that was hours ago. Please don't leave. You're fine to stay. Hello, EC. But yeah, no, I think I saw someone ask if I played Devil May Cry. I have not. I'm not really interested. I would love to see other Pokemon instead of just the starters. Listen, I know people rag on the Fire Emblem series. I really think less Mario characters. We've got Mario, we've got Daisy, we've got Peach. I mean, let me back up. We got Mario, we got Luigi, we got Peach, we got Bowser, we got Bowser Jr. I can't really count on my fingers very well because the Mario, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, Bowser Jr., that's 5. Donkey Kong counts, sorry. Diddy Kong, King K. Rool, that's 8, I think, maybe 9, 8. Dr. Mario is an Echo Fighter, but still, yeah. There's too many. And yet, and Wario, and they also completely and separately refuse to include Waluigi, and I think they do that because they do it out of spite, but who cares? Rosalina. Rosalina's a fighter, I forgot. They need to thin the roster of loads of characters from the same franchises to allow more to get representation, right? Like I said, I'd love Zero to be in. I think that'd be awesome. I have never played anything Pathfinder related. The only tabletop stuff I've done is 5th edition and Dungeon World. I have not been able to get into other tabletop systems, mainly due to the fact that I take that back, 21XX. But I don't get into other tabletop systems much because it's already a lot to keep track of the rules of one, and some of them I've heard are a lot more complicated. I think, here's some other picks that I think should be in. Smash Brothers is a celebration of gaming, and people have fought me on this, but I'm mad at how many people were upset about Steve getting added. Minecraft is the best-selling video game in history. It is the best-selling game of all time. It is so well known that even people that are completely cut off from the internet have probably heard of it, to the same degree that people cut off from gaming probably know who Mario is. That is how ubiquitous Minecraft is now. And as much as I don't like the direction Minecraft has been taken by Microsoft, it is still an important part of gaming history. So Steve had every right to be included as a Smash fighter, and I like it. Even if he's really weird and jank, and even if Sakurai himself didn't want to add him, because the corporate overlord said to add him, I still think he deserved to be in. But with that reflection of Smash being a celebration of games, Gordon Freeman. Gordon Freeman is part of the most successful and influential first-person shooters to ever be made. Half-Life 1 changed the face of FPS games. Gordon would have been perfect. He doesn't even talk. You don't even have to fucking hire a voice actor. Gordon Freeman would be amazing. The Doom guy. I know he's from a violent series. So is fucking Metal. So is Snake. So is Bayonetta. They're both from more adult-oriented games. You could easily still include the Doom guy. The reason I mean, Master Chief, yeah. The reason I don't really want to talk Master Chief is because, Microsoft. And they suck. One of the mercs, hell, you could probably get away with the mercs. Oh, God, how would you do the mercs? They've been getting really weird with some of them later on. Like, it's not as easy as the Koopalings, which you could just swap out and have the same moveset. The mercs all have different moves. My best guess is you would start with one, and whatever merc you start with, it'd probably have to be the heavy weapons guy because he's the most iconic. But then their movesets would be like tag teaming with other mercs, right? It would be like an other merc like stepping in and attacking as well. Yeah, the mercs would probably work better as an assist, where it'd be like the Pokeballs, but instead you just get a random merc who does something different based on which one. Never played Killer Instinct, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Trying to think of other influential game series. They had a Pac-Man and fucking Mr. Game & Watch, you know? People have argued for the Tetris block, which I could see as being a fun joke character. I could see that working. God, how the fuck would The Sims work? And then the final smash for the Tetris block would just be the fighter is like stuck in like the rows of blocks, and then the long piece finally comes down and clears the whole row and sends them flying out of the box. Death for The Sims is a very funny take. That's funny. That's a good idea. Quote and Curly from Cave Story would be amazing. I do feel like Cave Story would deserve it, but the fact that Sans got in at all is amazing to me. Right? And as much... you know what? No. You know what? No. This is my ideal world. Shovel Knight was when indie gaming became, like, more mainstream. But the OG indie game was Cave Story. Absolutely, quote. Abso-fucking-lutely. There is no world where quote would not deserve to be a fighter in the game with my conditions being an influential game character. Kratos, as much as I don't like God of War, he is an influential character. I would really leave that up to you guys. I don't really have strong feelings. Apparently, Gabe, Nicalis isn't guilty of what people have thought of. We did research, like, when we were streaming it. Nicalis didn't do any of the shit that people have said that they've done. Yeah, they didn't steal anything from Pixel. It was just, I don't know where that rumor came from, but apparently it was always fake. It was never true. I've been unable to find any verifiable information that says Nicalis, like, stole Cave Story from Pixel. It would have to be stupid Kratos, I would probably imagine, Nave, because that would be the historical version of the character. Rayman, yes, Rayman should be in Smash. Unfortunately, he won't be because he's been thrown into the box of, like, forgotten, like, family, like, items and stuff in the attic while all the Rabbids just decide to run away with his franchise. Spyro would have to be. He's not, but he should be. He's another influential character, both Spyro and Crash. You make a fair point, Nave. I guess with that in mind, you could get away with modern Kratos, which I think would be the more palatable option anyway. Yeah, he was in the DLC with the Phantom being brought back. I've seen the cutscenes and stuff for that one on YouTube. Draenor... John Madden's a real man. I don't think I can count John Madden as an influential game character. That's the same reason why, sorry DBZ fans, Goku ain't in Smash. He shouldn't be in Smash. And I will die on that hill. Do I think Goku's an influential character? Absolutely. People love Dragon Ball Z. But Goku was not originally a game character. He is a character adapted into games from another medium, so he is disqualified from the running. If the, like, my qualifications are very widely beloved and influential game series, and they have to be, from the beginning, a video game character. They cannot be a character adapted from other media. Yeah, that's my stance. Add Goku. No, lol. If you want Goku in a fighting game like that, pick a different one. I mean, DBZ's got its own fucking fighting game series. You could argue for like a Smash Brothers style thing, but for anime characters. Because then you could add Saitama as a joke character who literally can still be played as a fighting character. He just literally never takes the fight seriously. Ever. He's like constantly like, you send him flying like it's a Smash game, and he's just like fully rigid like a board. And then he falls and his head gets like wedged into the stage. And like every attack he does is he's not even in his hero outfit. Maybe for like one or two attacks. But for the most part, he's in his like civvy clothes and he's like trying like to catch the mosquito, or like he's picking up his groceries, or like the lights reflecting off of his head. Make him a joke, because he's too strong. You can't put Saitama in a fighting game as a legitimate, serious take for the fight, because he would never lose. The joke is that he can't lose. So you so you have to make him not be playing the game. He has to be winning by default because he's not even fucking paying attention, right? I would argue, yeah, the same with Goku probably. But I think you could argue with Goku that he's treating it like a training match, right? He's deliberately powering himself down because he wants to like fight these iconic other guys on their level, because he knows he'll kick their ass. But he respects these other powerful fighters from these other worlds. So of course he's gonna like tone down his own ability so that he can stand toe to toe with them for fun, right? Oh, I remember that Draenor. Yeah, literally Saitama has got a fighting game, but he's like the pizza face of the game, where it's like, he's late to the fight, and the fight is concluded based on whoever's winning, I think, when the Saitama gets there, because Saitama, like, decides the fight when he arrives, which is a very funny other take, I think. Well, I was just doing Saitama specifically because he is very well known, and people are often like, Saitama versus Goku, who would win? You're missing the point of Saitama if you're asking that question. Because the answer is Saitama every time, because that's the joke. But yeah, if you made like a Smash Brothers thing, but for anime characters, you'd have like fucking Luffy, you'd have like Edward Elric and Alphonse, you'd have fucking Goku and Saitama, and probably some other modern characters from anime I don't fucking watch. You'd definitely have like, maybe not Kamina, even though he's iconic. You'd probably have Simon, though. Jump Force. Never heard of it. You can't be making... First off, the dog. How dare you score? First off, her name is Nina, you insensitive fuck. Second, spoilers. Oh, there we go. Didn't they try to make an anime Smash Fighter, but it flopped? I think that might have been Jump Force that Ink was talking about. Yeah, see, the reality of the world is that the reason that a lot of fighters you want in Smash aren't in Smash is because of fucking stupid bullshit legal nonsense. I've suddenly forgotten every popular game ever the second you're trying to recall it. Starfy? I don't know about that one, Gabe. Let me think. What's another iconic series that I love? Bomberman! I feel like Bomberman's iconic enough. He ought to be in the game. I don't even think he's an assist. And then his final smash, hear me out, okay? His final smash is actually, he's running up to the other fighter and about to light a bomb, and then Professor Ein's pop-up text shows up and says, Bomberman, use your final smash to defeat your enemy. And the box opening up is what actually hits them off the stage and kills them. There's your fucking final smash. They made him a Mii Fighter costume. Honestly, Score, having Professor Ein be like the Nintendogs or Mr. Rossetti, where it's just a big text box blocking your view of the stage, would be very good. But that would have to be that the people who made the game would have to acknowledge that the professor talking that much was a problem. That'd be a very meta joke. Whereas, like, Mr. Rossetti was meant to be like a blabbermouth because he was punishing you for gaming the timer. Mr. Driller, he got divorced. Ryu Hayabusa. That's Ninja Gaiden, right? I believe. I would say Ninja Gaiden's like fills those qualifications. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm trying to be objective here and not be like, I don't like that series, so no. Like, because I don't care about God of War. I don't care for it. I do like the direction that they've taken Kratos in the newer games, but the older games are hard to, like, ignore for me. They're, like, really, like, toxic masculinity, like, ridiculously over-the-top, violent, and angry, and I just don't like them. I never did. But, like, I still think that Kratos, like, God of War was an influential series. I do think that he has a place in Smash. I could argue, even though I know Draenor will be like, ugh, I'm going to go and get a drink and I'll be back when you're done. Dark Souls. I think the Chosen Undead could be a fucking Smash fighter. The Chosen Undead, I think, deserves it. They've got a wide variety of different weapons. You have all the different builds. They already did an example of that with the fucking Soul of Cinder in Dark Souls 3. He represents all the player build types, magic and intelligence, dexterity with the fucking katana, and then like the classic tried and true strength attack, right? And then he becomes Gwyn, you know? So you could easily argue for a bunch of different weapons and playstyles being mixed together into the Chosen Undead's moveset. And maybe as they attack the enemy, they get stronger because they get more souls and they level up as like a unique mechanic. But if they get KO'd, then their souls will appear somewhere on the stage and they will have to like make a scramble to get them back to gain that like those stat ups again to continue holding their own in the fight. Otherwise they reset. You could easily do something like that. And the different costumes could be other, like, yeah, because they're all basically the same humanoid. You could get away with a bunch of different armor sets that represent other iconic characters like Solaire. One of the taunts has to be praise the sun, you know? Another taunt could be sitting down at the bonfire. But I think that the entry animation, like Mario coming out of the pipe, it should be like them like the bonfire's there and then they like fade in and stand up and the bonfire like kind of disappears, you know? Bone Wheel as an assist trophy would be amazing. That would be so funny. And obviously the final smash would be them linking the fire. And the whole stage gets just filled with flames and everyone gets KO'd. You know? Cuphead, I'm not sure about. Cuphead, I think, would be more of an assist. They're only one game and a DLC. They are influential, but I don't think they're a long enough standing franchise to really count for a playable fighter. I think they would fit as an assist, though. Agumon. If it's Digimon, I'm unfamiliar. Hello, Pi, by the way. Forgive me if I haven't said hi to some of you folks, by the way. Because I'm in VR, I can't, like, scroll the chat back, so sometimes messages just get lost because I can't scroll back to look at them. Well, Draenor, that's the thing. Part of their moveset includes placing a summon sign down to bring someone else that's also fighting in a different game into your game to fucking cheese the fight. One of their moves is to literally put down a summon sign to bring someone else in. That would be so stupid. You could probably make it work, but it would be a hell of a thing. Listen, Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games of all time. I think they should be assist. I think Ghost and Hornet could easily work as assist trophies. But I do not think that they have a long enough standing franchise to count as a mainline fighter. Now, one could argue, well, Spirit, Cave Story's only one game. But Cave Story was one of the first indie games that got widespread attention. And I think because of its status as the OG indie game in a sense, it bypasses that rule of having to be a longer standing franchise to me. Yeah, I think like the Cave Story counts as like the indie rep. Full stop. No, 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 no. Like, if there are any other indie characters, they would be assists, in my opinion. And this is me saying as someone who loves indie games, like fucking Hollow Knight, like I said. You know? I genuinely think that, quote, with an alt skin for Curly, should be the goddamn indie rep for Smash. No, Shantae, assist. Meat Boy, assist. Castle Crashers, all 4 of them an assist. You could even make the Necromancer an assist trophy, where he pops up and starts resurrecting enemies. Like that, like the piles like rise up and they just start resurrecting enemies that just be a menace to everyone on the stage. Hello, Night Vale. Toho. I don't know much about Toho, but again, like I said, Cave Story is the OG. It is what put indie games as a concept on the map. It was the first true solo indie project made by one man over the course of 5 years. I genuinely think that Cave Story deserves the fighter pick for indie character. Yeah, Sav! Oh my god! I actually kind of pogged at that, because the Mega Man reveal had me losing my mind in a car on my way to a work detail in the military. So, the idea of, like, it's the same Mega Man start, right? Where, like, Mega Man's, like, walking through that wasteland, and maybe there's a brief fight, and then Mega Man looks up at the moon, just paralleling his trailer, and then it's not the moon, but you see like an object in the moon, and it like zooms up in a couple of fades as the music's starting notes start to play, and you see the floating island, and then there's quotes standing on like the outer wall, and then it's like, hell yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That you could hear the smile in my voice. The Mega Man reveal made me lose my mind. I loved it. It made me so happy. Even if I'm not good at the Mega Man fighter at all. I'm not good at him. He's not my main. I would say my mains are Ridley, Kirby, and Pac-Man. God, what other games? Well, Rivals of Aether is like in its of itself Smash Brothers, right? Hello, Dreki. What is with the... Look, Dreki, you're fine, but why is it that everyone says Spider? I introduce myself so many times. I'm introduced and spoken to and referred to as Spirit, and yet people consistently will be like, yo, what's up, Spider? Or Spirited. Like, Spirit's easier to say. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. 1 second. I need to get my water. I'm not upset with you in particular. I just think it's funny. People call me Navo. Like Missy Laney. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I used to default to the second part of usernames usually when I would see people. Like, we can even use one as an example. Ciern. I found Ciern to be a bit weird to say, and it didn't feel right, so I would call them Solar for, like, the longest time. I call you Shiny because, I don't know. That's what you are now. I've called you Shiny for 13 years. It's kind of hard to change that now. But yeah, what other, like, I'm liking this discussion, this Smash Brothers discussion. This is fun. I'm just trying to think of other characters. We've technically got a, like, honestly, Cloud feels like the best fit for a Final Fantasy rep. But me personally, I think either the OG Warriors of Light, and they're, like, interchangeable, where they, like, they'll each, like, come in with their own moves as, like, a collective group. Although, again, it's kind of hard to argue. Like, Cloud and Sephiroth are the most well-known and iconic Final Fantasy characters. Good night, Gabe. Thank you for coming. I've never played Chrono Trigger, so we can't talk about that one. I still need to play it. I don't even know who Zidane is. I've only played 1, 3, and 14. I need to get around to playing the others. I'm trying to think of more also ones that would be interesting mechanically, right? See, now y'all are listing characters I don't even fucking know. Y'all have to understand, I know nothing about other Final Fantasy games except for 3, which is my favorite, especially the DS version, Final Fantasy 1, the Dawn of Souls remake, and Final Fantasy 14, the critically acclaimed MMORPG that is currently free to play all the way up to level 80, including the award-winning Heavensward expansion. You should play it now. Monica assist, maybe. I could see an assist trophy where Monica just takes up the screen, and it's like, just Monica, and no one can see a goddamn thing on the stage. Yeah, I feel like, Sab, you make a compelling argument. Final Fantasy being an influential series and also the fall and then rise of 14, you could make a compelling argument for either the default Warrior of Light from, like, the trailers or the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Although I think it would probably have to be more like an individual character, and then the Scions are, like, represented either as, like, kind of like you have Kid Icarus with the Viridi and Palutena interactions, or the codec calls with Snake, where it would be like every person you face, you get a unique interaction from the Scions talking to you over Link Pearl, which I think would be a good way to represent the Scions of the Seventh Dawn without actually having to try and implement them directly. And then the Warrior of Light could have a mix of every job. You could have a mix of Black Mage and White Mage and Red Mage and Dragoon and, like, Warrior and Dark Knight, all of them. The hardest part would be, how would you represent the multiple races you could play? Because that would affect your hitbox. Lalafell would easily be the smallest one, unless that's just objectively how it would work. Like, the Lalafell would be smaller and would have a smaller range. Or, like, there would have to be some way to represent them. No, see, the score, you say that as a joke. The Warrior of Light's taunts are absolutely going to be either... One taunt is just a random, non-combat job. It picks from a select pool, so this taunt will always be a Disciple of the Land or Disciple of the Hand job. So they'll either, like, pull out, like, the miner hat and start hitting a rock, or they'll sit down and start hammering an anvil, or start weaving something. Every time you did that taunt, it would be a different one of the non-combat jobs. And then the other two taunts would probably be one of the very well-known and widely used, like, emotes that people love. I don't know what the third one would be, though. I mean, the character just being Meteor, the World of Light representative for 14, and having the Scions show up in the Smash Ultimate would also work, yeah. Drekki's not... That's not a bad idea. That would probably work better for, like, a traditional, like, classic Final Fantasy as opposed to 14. Like, if you were picking Final Fantasy 1 or 3, you could be like, okay, you've got the party leader, and then a group of the other people in the party that all have their own, like, special moves and stuff. It'd be funny if in the 8-player battles and you're on a 4-player team, you get the light party. Shing! Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Dreki, yeah, I'm trying to remember the other ways they've done mechanically interesting stuff like that, because I'm trying to make the characters interesting as well. So I think doing a Pokemon-style thing where you swap makes sense to me. Ash Ketchum, no Pokemon, just Ash. He did throw hands with Mewtwo. Yeah, and how did that go? Last I checked, when Ash threw fucking hands with Mewtwo, he got turned to stone. The final smash is the housing market board. Yeah, it's just the Warrior of Light, and then, like, let's just put Mario here, and Mario and the Warrior of Light's names keep swapping back and forth for the highest bid, and then the Warriors of Light wins, and then Mario drops on their hands and knees, and they're like, no! And then they get crushed by the house that falls from out of frame. That's their final smash. The train suplex is pretty peak. But if we're picking 14, Final Fantasy 14, I genuinely think it would be more interesting if it was like a recreation of the A Realm Reborn intro cutscene, where it's Dalamur falling from above, and the Warrior of Light, like, fighting with the character that they're clashing with for the smash, and then the moon splits open, and it's Bahamut, and then Bahamut does this big Mega Flare attack, and that obliterates Mario. Like, whoever they're fighting, right? I think that would be a good representation of 14 altogether. It'd be the most iconic one that most people, even if they've only played it a bit, would recognize. You wouldn't be able to pull from anything beyond A Realm Reborn anyway, because you don't want to spoil the story content. So it can't be anything from Heavensward. It has to be purely A Realm Reborn. And then if they had, like, now we haven't even been talking about stages. The stage for the fucking 14 character would have to be either the Praetorium, where you fight the Ultima weapon, with like the Ultima weapon itself, where you have to like in the older games, right, where there was like Kraid rotating the stage. It would be the Ultima weapon itself, and you're either like on its hands or on its back, or it'd be one of those like cycling stages where you have multiple different parts of the Praetorium. And it just like, whoosh, and now you're in a different part of the Praetorium. And if you want added humor, you could even have like the text box at the top continuing to go while fucking Gaius is like, for whom do you fight? Do you care about Aeor's? Like, such devastation! This was not my intention! How very glib. You know, just having the text boxes going while the stages shifts through the entirety of the Praetorium. It would be funny, though. It's iconic. Is it not iconic? It's iconic to A Realm Reborn. It would be the perfect representation of A Realm Reborn. That, or it would have to be, I think the other good thing to do, if not that, because that's a bit memey, would be a flat, like, Battlefield-style stage with every single primal that would cycle through. So you'd get Ifrit, and you'd get Titan, and you'd get Garuda. Since there's only really 3 Titans in the original A Realm Reborn, just having the three primals be not 3 Titans, 3 primals being represented as, like, the stage. And it would shift and the hazards would change based on which primal is currently active. Like Spear Pillar a little bit, yeah. Stage Bosch could be Gaius and Ultima for Praetorium, yeah. Yeah, the Echo Fade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we don't want to pick Shiva and we don't want to pick Leviathan because they are spoilers for stuff beyond A Realm Reborn. We're trying to think both in a hypothetical world where any influential character can get in, but also trying to consider the fact that we don't want to spoil the game's actual content in a major way. And 14 has a lot more going on in it than just A Realm Reborn. So we want to keep all of our references to A Realm Reborn because people playing Smash are probably, in fairness, might not be that far into 14. And if anything, A Realm Reborn is the most recognizable and iconic part of Final Fantasy 14. No, Levi and Shiva were post A Realm Reborn, and Shiva was full-blown in Heavensward. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you wouldn't want to spoil major content beyond the base game. Yeah, Ramu as well. That's exactly why, Dreki. We don't want to spoil it for you. What are y'all talking about VTubers now, Nave? I missed some stuff. The chat's been super active, which is great. Also, I'm so sorry. I realize this song has been on repeat for like the last hour. Do I have a playlist of instrumental music I can use? Yes. There we go. Smash, but with VTubers. Now, if we're going to be in a positive, objective world where, you know, people that are interesting and fun, or like people that you know and recognize are picked over fucking Hoyoverse shit. It's not Hoyoverse. What is the name of the big fucking VTubing company that just recently got in trouble for like withholding funds from their fucking main talent? Is that Hoyoverse, or is Hoyoverse fucking Genshin Impact and... That's VShojo. Right. Sorry, all the anime characters thing. Like, if we're sitting in a real world, it would just be all the very popular ones that everyone's have heard of. But, like, otherwise... Hi, Cyberzane. Can't stay long. Thank you for the 100 bits. I am doing wonderfully. Well, that's the thing. I feel like I don't watch a lot of VTubers except for actual friends. So, like Kaz and Aira and Cowboat and Roshan, although I don't really watch streams much in general because I don't have the attention for streams usually. But, like, I don't want to live in a world where only the biggest and most popular VTubers, because that's different than games. Video game characters are fictional, whereas, like, if you're picking popular VTubers, then it's a popularity contest because some of them are proper, actual goddamn celebrities, rather than whether or not they're actually worthy to be included, you know? It'd be like picking, like, a movie actor fucking roster, which I don't think is very interesting. Hi, sweetie. I hear you. Hi, Tech. What's going on? We're just chilling. We're talking about hypothetical Smash inclusions. Like, the criteria for Smash characters are A, a long-running franchise that is very influential as a game series, and B, is specifically a video game character, not a character adapted to video games, with a couple of exceptions here and there in regards to certain things, like the indie fighter representative is Quote and Curly from Cave Story because they were the OG indie game. Prince of Persia. I could see that. I've never played Prince of Persia. So also, someone earlier said Lara Croft. Yes, I would argue that OG Lara Croft would fit that criteria. I don't know enough about those series, so I can't hypothetical, like, you know, conjure up ideas. You're the one who said Lara Croft? I'm sorry. The chat's going like a mile a minute. Or it has been, at least faster than usual. Oh my god, my arm. There we go. Yeah. Oh, here's one. One that I wanted, and admittedly, I don't know much about Final Fight. Terry was one that a lot of people were really hyped for. I was disappointed by. And I'm only disappointed by it because of what we missed out on. So, I talked earlier about hypothetical Mega Man boss, like Dr. Wily being a hypothetical fighter where he's just in his fucking Wily capsule. And then Dr. Eggman also being a hypothetical fighter for the same reason. And then you also got the fucking Koopalings in the clown car. Hear me out. Instead of Terry, or in addition to Terry, what if we got the Metal Slug? Good night, Shiny. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. The Metal Slug, where every time, like, because the Metal Slug is the iconic thing from that series, and it's just each of the individual characters are, like, the different characters that are piloting the Metal Slug. But the Metal Slug is the fighter. So you got Theo, and that's literally the only character whose name I remember. But I remember the other ones in my head, like what they look like. But the Metal Slug protags being the drivers, but the Metal Slug is the fighter. I think that has to be the fucking go. And then the final smash has to be like them fighting whatever his name is. Like the main villain before the aliens show up. What's his fucking name? I keep wanting to say Mordak, but that's the fucking main villain in King's Quest V. Wrong guy. If the character has a state in and out of tank, that's not a bad idea. But I think I like the idea that, oh, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. That would be the unique mechanic. So they've got the tank, but if the tank takes too much damage, they get ejected. And at that point, they're a one-hit point wonder. If they get hit at all, they immediately get KO'd. Right? They can get knocked off the stage, or they can get knocked out of the tank and be killed instantly if they're hit by anything, because that's how Metal Slug works. And then when they respawn in the tank, in a new tank. I think that'd be fun. That'd be a unique gimmick for the character. Yes, and you are rewarded if you're able to live long enough out of the tank. I think maybe instead of them, to make it a little bit less unfair, it's not that they're a one-hit point wonder, but once they're not in the tank, they have an insane amount of knockback. Any attack is going to send them fucking sailing. So there's still a chance to, like play well and not get punished, even if you get hit. But it's still a high likelihood you get KO'd. But if you live long enough, you'll get your tank back. Yes. And then the final smash is the fight with the main general guy. Like, he shows up in his helicopter, maybe. Or, like, it's just the final stage where they're battling with him and the other fighters just caught up in the crossfire. And then the aliens show up and abduct the fighter. And then that's the final. That gets them sent off stage. I've never played King of Dinosaurs. I've never played Tekken. Don't we already have a Tekken rep? Don't we have, like, the fucking, the dysfunctional family that kills their fucking patriarchs by throwing them in volcanoes and shit? Contra's a good one. I would argue for Contra as well. It hasn't been relevant in a long time, but it was one of the big ones back in the day, so I would argue for that. Why did it immediately in the shuffle pick the 15-minute long time travel song from fucking Echo the Dolphin? Amaterasu, we're talking about, that's Okami, right? I've never played Okami. I don't know how many games are in the series, but I know that's a beloved character. I think they could potentially be argued for. I just don't know. Have they had more than one game? Sab, I think that the Half-Life, the Valve rep should be Gordon Freeman, full stop. But Shell, Atlas, and Peabody are all assist trophies. Now, one would argue that Gladys would have to be a stage. I think that Gladys should also be an assist trophy. And she just descends from the top of the screen and then fills the stage with neurotoxin. One starring her, but technically 2 in the series, soon to be 3. I could see that. I think that Shell would work best as an assist. Correct, yes. Agreed. Helldivers, no. The Helldivers I don't think are influential enough. I know that they got like a big boost in popularity last year, and I love that game. But that game also went through a huge rough patch last year, and it's only 2 entries in the series. I would say Minecraft is one of the few exceptions that I would make to the rule. Also, because I think that we should be discussing games from prior to 2010. I've never played Titanfall, no. Wheatley would be an assist, but he wouldn't be in Gladys's body. He would be, like, falling from off the stage. You would be hearing, like, Stephen Merchant be, like, doing his usual Wheatley bit, and then just randomly somewhere on the stage, Wheatley would fall from orbit and slam into the ground and just bounce. And whoever gets hit by it gets, like, sent flying out of the stage. Well, there wouldn't be a portal stage, right? They only make stages for characters that are actively fighters. So if there was a stage for Valve, it would be the fucking... There's only one thing it would be. It would be Black Mesa, and it would be the fucking anti-mass spectrometer. That would be the fucking Half-Life stage. I don't think we would add 2 for it, because, again, the mercs are assist trophies. They're not going to be fighters. So it'd have to be the anti-mass spectrometer. No, I was saying the Valve rep is Gordon. Like, the one we said, like, the Valve rep is Gordon because Half-Life was an extremely influential first-person shooter that changed the face of gaming. So Gordon Freeman has to be the in Smash. Whereas other Valve properties could be assist trophies. If we were going with any of them having, like, because I think there has to be some level of boundaries, otherwise we get too crazy with it, right? Shodan, I feel like System Shock's well known enough that you could get away with an assist trophy for a System Shock. Yeah, I can see that. Now, maybe, with that being in set, maybe Helldivers could be an assist, which would be funny. Where it's just you throw out the assist trophy, the Helldiver lands on the stage in a Hellpod, which can do damage, they rise out of it, they immediately start entering a stratagem, and it's a selection of, like, maybe 4 or 5 different random stratagems they can do. Where it might be calling in, like, a fucking eagle, or... like 500 kilogram, or like the laser, which I think would be funny. I could see that working. BioShock, Big Daddy as an assist, although I don't think we want to include too many first-person shooter protagonists, because then we'll end up with the same problem we had with Fire Emblem. I would argue BioShock is influential enough, it does fit my criteria, but I think with Gordon and the Doom guy already, I think we're starting to stretch the shooter games genre. I think we shouldn't go overboard. So I think that, like, Big Daddy and big, like, the not little sisters, Big Daddy and the Big Sister from BioShock 1 and 2 as assists. Never played Warcraft. I don't know who Arthas is. Is he the guy that becomes, like, the Frost Lich guy? Wow, I can't believe I actually got that. I guess he's the most iconic character that even I would know that. The Lich King. Now, see, I know what you meant, but what you said will now live on in infamy as the Lich King. That's a very different kind of game. Sorry. What other influential games? I got one for you. The Prince. Na la na 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 la la la. No, not an assist. I think he's influential enough. I think you can make an interesting fighter out of him. Just like with the Dark Souls character, the longer you're alive as the Prince, the better your attacks get. And you're just like how, you know how Steve, he can gather materials based on the part of the stage he's interacting with? That would be the same for the Prince, but it would be like iconic debris and items based on the stage's franchise that you're in. So like a Mario stage, it'd be like Koopa shells and mushrooms and fire flowers and question blocks. Or like Metroid, it would just, you know, it would be like various Metroid creatures and debris. You could probably like cheat it a bit on some of the stages where it wouldn't be as recognizable. There would be a certain limit to the size of the ball. You couldn't get like super big, but that would be reserved for your Final Smash. If you get the Final Smash, the Prince activates it, and there are two outcomes here. Either A, it's the Prince's ball getting so big that it just rolls up the stage and everything else in the world, or B, it's the King of all Cosmos destroying the Smash Brothers universe, and then a brief montage of the Prince having to put it all back the fuck together, which I think would be funnier. I think the second idea is funnier, because it puts the Prince in the passive, like, I'm being pushed around by my shitty dad, now I gotta clean up his mess role like he is in the games. So, like, it's just the King of all Cosmos drunkenly destroying the universe is the Final Smash. Zagreus would be an assist, because he's an indie character. As would Omori. I've never played Omori, so I have no horse in this race. Garrett from Thief. That's a good point. How to make him as a fighter, since he's not a fighting guy. One could argue for it being like, because I've never played Thief. My brain just went into Hitman mode. Hitman would be funny. Agent 47 would be an interesting one. Never played One Shot. Again, if it's an indie character, it's an assist. That's my stance anyway. Quote is the indie rep. He's the only fighter. All other indie games are assist trophies. All of them. I'm out of ideas. I mean, that's fine. Doesn't have to be that topic anymore if you want to change it. Let me think. Are there any other games? Frogger? We've got Pac-Man. We've got Mr. Game & Watch. Frogger. How does that work? Fuck if I know, man. All his moves are him avoiding getting run over by cars. There you go. So all his attacks are just him jumping out of the way of a car and the car is hitting the other fighters. That's just full on a joke. Making Pap a Mii fighter costume. I really think they should upgrade Sans to a fucking assist. But he's literally like the joke assist, right? So you've got like one of the Pokeballs that you can throw will be Mew. And Mew won't do anything. You get an assist trophy and it's just Sans, and he just tells a pun and there's a text box and then he falls asleep. And that's it. He doesn't do anything. But you can also occasionally get Papyrus, and Papyrus will do his ultimate attack. Hi, Solari. Or, I know I've done this 3 times already, but another thing you could do with Sans, so he's a proper rep and not like a Mii fighter costume, is that he would show up, And he would tell puns, but it would be like Mr. Rossetti. His pun box, the box where his text appears, will be blocking the stage and making it hard to see. And then, yes, Ash, maybe a 1% chance it'll be like the intro for his genocide route thing, and then he'll fire a Gaster Blaster across the stage. I could also argue for Chris. How many of, like, spoiler warning for Chapter 4. Or is it Chapter 3? I think it's Chapter 4. You could have Chris as an assist, but all Chris does is rampage about the stage trying to catch the soul and just hitting anybody in the crossfire while he's trying to do it. While they're trying to do it, excuse me. No, Chris Redfield would just, his only attack, he'd be a joke character, and his only move would be to punch a boulder and then send it rolling across the stage. Because that's the one joke we all make about Chris Redfield. You could also argue for Toby being a fucking assist. And it's just the annoying dog. The background music is immediately changed to dog song. And it's just Toby being a menace, either in the cozy coop, like in Chapter 2, or him on the stilts, like in Chapter 4. And it's just him getting in the way. God, it's already 11 o'clock. I'm tired. We've been going about 4 hours. I think that's a good cutoff point. Because I am starting to feel the strain. I just didn't want to just not do anything today, you know? I miss doing VR streams. I don't do these very often because it's normally like... It's always so hot during the summer, and you know, like setting up it is a pain. Aw, Dutchling, you got here at a poor time. I promise you, plans I have for this fall include A, I want to do another community night once the new model is all updated, because we'll have the Jester outfit. But I also want to do community hangouts on stream a couple of times. We used to do those. We did, like, Blackout. And I think that could be fun, but I'm going to have to be a lot more cognizant of because we've got new people in the community now. And y'all need to be aware of how you behave on stream. Why is everyone showing up when I'm like, man, it's a good time to end stream? And now we've got like 4 other people that I haven't seen all day. Hello, Shredder. Can I get a shout out for Shredder, by the way? I was talking about you the other day because I remember you did an animation for Voxid over some Space Ghost from Coast to Coast lines. My friend Cowboat just finally got back to streaming, and his setup is like a mix of Space Ghost and Mystery Science Theater. So his main chatting screen is like a Space Ghost-esque setup of him at like a talk show host's like desk. And then his gaming screen is just the silhouettes like it's fucking Mystery Science Theater. And I was thinking about this because Cow is finally streaming again because he's been on a 2-year-long hiatus. And I was thinking of a gag where I'd be like, wait, you're supposed to be dead. And then he's like, yeah, and you're supposed to be dumpster diving for ham scraps, you 6-piece chicken McNobody. Get out of my seat. And I just thought that would work so well, but you already did it. Ash, thank you for the sub. Also, welcome on in, Nibiru. I don't know if any of my mods are active right now. I apologize, Shredder. Y'all, go check out Shredder. Wonderful 3D animator. Also VTuber. That is a very funny emote as well. Oh, you did? God damn, the chat went so fast I didn't even see it. Sorry about that. Dutchling, I thought you were going to uni. What do you mean resignation letter? Like, that actually threw my brain, like, my thought process completely off. Do 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 diddle diddle. Don't you cite the ice magic to me, motherfucker. It ain't the goddamn... It ain't karaoke night. And it also ain't November yet, is it? Okay, you're not resigning. I was like, aren't you just about to go to school? Why are you resigning from school? You just signed up. All right. Don't invite that evil into the world, Sab. Da 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 da. Anyway, I can hang out for a little longer since we have some new people rolling in, but I need to wrap up soon because it's 11 o'clock at night. I need to eat dinner, and now, for real, my voice is strained, and I might have to full stop just not stream tomorrow, even though I probably will want to. You're writing an application for your therapist. Excellent. Arms, stop it. This is fun though. I was worried at the start that we weren't gonna have anything to talk about, but then we started to get going with like the what AAA games of Spirit never played before, and then it went into talking about Smash Brothers, which was fun. I enjoyed that. Because it wasn't like a bitching session about like things that should be in Smash, but rather like thinking hypotheticals of fun stuff that could be done, like if we had our way, you know? Oh no, I mean, I'll end in another like 5 or 6 minutes, like five to 10 minutes. Who the fuck are the Floygan Bros? Who? I don't know who your Daffy pals are, mate. There's a course that came up at the zoo that will train me in botanical gardening while I keep my current job. Oh, that's cool. Congratulations. Maple Stories Indie. Is it indie? Actually, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that one really fits. It's double A, not India, and not triple A. What? I see. I suck word. Well, you're going to university. The words will stop sucking. I suck word. That sounds like something that a fucking villain in an educational game about learning how to spell would say. I'm trying to think of, like, iconic games that the character would be genuinely interesting or funny to fight. What inspired a VR stream? I don't know. I felt kind of, like, stressed out that I was streaming so much Vintage. I knew if I played Vintage Story that I would play it all the way until, like, 2 or 3 a.m. again, which would be bad for me, at least if I was streaming it. And, I miss doing this. I actually miss VR. It's nice to just hang out and chat. Gave me an excuse to get out of my chair for a bit. You might notice I'm sitting down again, but that's because I was standing for like the first 2.5 hours of the stream. God, come on, let me think. Come on. Really, Nibiru? That's funny. Well, no, but the chat wasn't dead earlier. I mean, it's not dead now, as far as I'm aware. It was a little slow at the start because we started late, and I wasn't sure people were going to roll in since it wasn't really announced. I remember. Let me think. Yeah, I can't think of any other games because I was trying to think of things that would be funny, right? Like stuff that would be like a car, something that would be unwieldy and large, but goofy, but still like an iconic thing. I don't know. That's not a bad idea, Draenor. Isn't that also like a fighter in another fighting game? Like it's literally like up on its wheels and it just like beats up other fighters. Was it the Hornet? I mean, there was something like there was like a car that was like unlockable in like a fighting game. Crazy Taxi would be pretty funny. You know what? I got some for you. These would never happen, and I don't even think they fit the iconic criteria, but I think it would be funny. So I've got two. I got two picks. And they're both from the same genre of game, but we'll go with the ones I came up with first. Putt-Putt. And his pet dog, Pep, from the Humongous Entertainment games. Making Putt-Putt a Smash Fighter would be so funny. And in fact, I think it would be better if it was not just Putt-Putt. It was Humongous Entertainment as a whole. So you'd have Putt-Putt, you'd have Pajama Sam, you'd have Spy Fox, all combined into like one kind of fighter. Earthworm Jim is not a Humongous Entertainment character. Botley from fucking Jumpstart? How did you manage to flashbang with me with the only Jumpstart game aside from the one where it's like, do you believe in monsters rising from the grave? Do you believe that simple simple mathematics and equations and the day will be saved, right? Now, at the moment, I'm like focusing purely on humongous entertainment. So we've got Putt Putt, we've got Pajama Sam, Spy Fox, Freddy Fish, and Fatty Bear. That would be fun. You were thinking of Clue Masters, yep. But yeah, I don't know how that fighter would work. But that would be fun, right? I could even argue it being a joke, right? Where the characters are like, they're on the stage, but all their attacks are just you click on random parts of the stage and something stupid happens, like the humongous games do. Right, you click on one part of the stage and like that tree grows a face and it's like a beard and it's like, back in my day, and then his beard slaps a fighter or something. We said Tetris blocks earlier. I think Tetris blocks would work as a fighter, and the final smash is like whoever they hit stuck in like the lineup of blocks, and it's just the singular long piece coming down to clear all the rows, and that's the final smash attack. Mathra! Sierra, I can't believe you remember Mathra! That was my Jumpstart game. That one and the one with Botley and like the big mountain. But if we're going over other adventure game characters, I do think they should be their distinct individual characters, because they do fit the criteria though. Sam and Max, absolutely. Don't know how their fight would work. But also Guybrush Threepwood. I haven't played Monkey's Island, or like Monkey Island. But I think King Graham or Roger Wilco, where King Graham, it's like the answer, like his attacks are various well-known obscure like solutions. Like the one where you have to use the bridle on the snake to turn it into a fucking Pegasus. Or the one with like the backwards like alphabet cipher gnome name to get the key. And it's just the name getting like he says the name aloud and the letters fly out of his mouth. Or like he throws the boot to hit a cat in order to get rescued from the inn later, but like the boot has contact and it'll hit you. Stuff like that. And then the final smash is Cedric the Owl flying in and landing and being like, oh, watch out there, Graham! Like, or like, but it's like, it's, watch out there, Mario! A poisonous snake! And then Mario gets bitten by the snake and dies, and then it's got an iconic, like the death screen from King's Quest V, with the narrator and everything, saying a unique line of dialogue that's punny based on whatever character died. Dirk from the Dragon Slayer would also be a good one. That would be fun. Common, thank you for the sub. No, it would absolutely be. Yes, no, Sam and Max would absolutely be a Rosalina style fighter. But no, hear me out. There was another game that was on like the GameCube or the PlayStation, I don't know. I didn't own it, but I played it on someone else's console. I think it was called Whiplash. You had a freaky weasel and a little bunny rabbit, and they were chained together by the neck. They were chained together by like a collar, and the weasel was using the rabbit as a weapon to break boxes and escape like the animal testing lab, right? That kind of concept, but Sam is the main fighter, and all of his attacks are just weaponizing Max. That's amazing and perfectly in character and fits the vibe of the games. Ash, thank you for the gift subs so much. I appreciate it. And then the final smash, I haven't played the Sam and Max games, but the best thing I could think of would be them running them over with their car. But so many final smashes are just run them over with car. There's the... No, there's the F-Zero one. I would argue run over with car is like Yoshi, F-Zero. I think you could also argue that Samus... No, Samus does the laser. Max being set on everybody would be pretty good, actually. I miss when you could control them. I love the smashes in Brawl a little more because they were more varied. Now it's just cutscene plays. They get sent off stage, which is boring. I miss when they were more varied. You know? But yeah, no. I do love that with Max being weaponized. That's fun. And, like, I do think that if you had, like, King Graham, it would be all the obscure puzzle solutions from the King's Quest series all like wrapped into his character. So like I said, like the blink and you'll miss it, like obstacles, like, you know, trying to save the rat from the cat, needing to understand an obscure, like, ridiculous hint to get through this one area, or things that just don't make sense, all of them weaponized, and then literally the final smash is just the fighter he attacked dying, and then getting, like, a King's Quest style, like, joking, like, end game over placard. I've never scored, that's spoiler. I've never played Don't Look Outside. I've been meaning to play it. It's on my list for Spooky Month this year. I mean the Spiders list for Spooky Month this year. Thank you guys for the hype train as well, by the way. Y'all are very generous. I do appreciate it. I do think the point-and-click adventure one's pretty inspired, although I think Sam and Max might be the most well-known, aside from King's Quest and Graham. I'm sorry to hear that. I got one for you. The Hatchling from Outer Wilds. And their final smash is just a big fucking set of text on screen that says, "Play Outer Wilds!" And there's no actual references to the game itself in their entire moveset. It's just a big old advertisement telling people to play the game. You were vague enough. It didn't spoil anything. I know that the general conceit is that you look outside, you lose. That's the name of the game. You're fine. I was just warning you that I haven't played it. You're fine. Ash, that is heartbreaking. No spoilers from anyone in chat or for you, but genuinely, I think you should try it again. Outer Wilds is one of the most important and meaningful games I've ever played. It fundamentally changed me as a person. It made me cry literally like a baby when I finished it, and it has had a fundamental impact on my worldview. It has changed my outlook and philosophy on life and how I live my life, or how I would like to live my life. And I genuinely think you should give it another try. It is an absolutely beautiful game. Though I can understand why it might be difficult for some people to stick with, since sometimes the puzzles are a little hard to figure out. Dutchling, I would say play it on your own. I would request that you not play it and try to screen share it on the server, because that defeats the point. There's a reason I haven't treated, like, I tried it once and then changed my mind. There's a reason I'm never going to do a storyteller playthrough of Outer Wilds, because it is a game that you cannot play a second time. If someone spoils it for you, that's it. You've gotten the clear, you know how the game works now. Score, I promise you, that fear is misplaced except for in one location, but you will know where it is. There is nothing to fear except for your own inability to fly. Unravel? What is Unravel? I don't know what that is. It's not RNG. It's not. It's not RNG. I promise. How about that? Things can be affected by you crashing your ship into it at high enough velocity, but for the most part, it is consistent. I promise. Game with the yarn guy. That does not narrow it down. Score, I don't know what to say about that. That's the first time I've heard that one. I still say you should give it a shot. I will admit, you're the first folks that have either said that the game, like, they either started it and didn't finish it, or the game seems to cause them some stress like that. I don't think I've had that kind of reaction before when I've brought it up, so that's definitely a new perspective for me. Fair enough. But I would like to move away from Outer Wilds just because I don't want to accidentally spoil something or have someone in chat spoil something. Like, I care about it so much that I am... Like, y'all, I want you to understand, chat, how meaningful that game is to me. That, like, y'all know me. I like to do my storyteller playthroughs, and I'll play games I adore and share them with you. And I love the Mega Man Zero series more than anything. The fact that I am actively avoiding spoiling it for you to the point where I refuse to stream it... And I also actively make an effort to protect everyone in the chat who has not played it from spoilers should tell you how important that game is to me and how much I believe and feel you should play it. Because I would not put that kind of effort into sparing you having that experience robbed from you if it wasn't that important to me. Never played Little Big Planet. Okay. I think I've gotten my fill. I don't want to just hard cut the stream. Let me first see. Is there anybody streaming right now? Is Kazi streaming? Probably. Oh, no. Kazi is not streaming today. Is today Wednesday? I thought Kaz streamed on Wednesdays. Well, In Sound Mind is on my radar. I think I had it on my wish list last year. I just didn't get to it. Okay. Oh. All right. We are going to raid BB's Art Boutique. BB is a dear friend of mine. He's a sweetheart. He is currently doing some art. I don't know how long he's been streaming. I will double check. If he is about to end, we will send you over to Boo. But BB also played in my tabletop game I ran on stream last year, Birthright. They were Cutter Redding. They were a fantastic role player, wonderful artist, and a dear friend. And if y'all want chill vibes to continue our kind of chill conversation, then y'all should enjoy yourselves. But with that in mind, I won't say I won't be streaming tomorrow because I said that yesterday and failed. But I'm going to make an effort to see about avoiding it if I can. I really want to just take this weekend off to rest my voice. That's why I tried to continue today, and I want to do stuff tomorrow and Friday. But it's looking to me like I might just need to full stop take a break. Even if that means that I have to just find other things to do with my time. Don't forget, YouTube boycott. What is today? The fucking 13th? From the 13th of this month to the 13th of next month, I am strongly encouraging everyone who watches my stream to hard quit watching YouTube. Full stop. Not for a damn thing. YouTube is attempting to implement AI user identification for ages. They're basically trying to implement an age verification process using faulty AI. and demanding your ID and identification, and we are entering a new age of enshittification and censoring of the internet. And the only way to show that you mean business is to hit them where it hurts, and that is in the ad revenue. Outright using ad block is not enough, because you already do that. I'm full stop meaning you stop using the platform. Do not watch a damn thing. You have Dropout TV, you have Twitch, you could also read a book, work on a personal project, you could learn to write, to draw. There are plenty of other places you can get those resources aside from YouTube. I am making a considerable effort to avoid using the platform myself because I use it too much. And this is a thing I care about, and I'm using my platform as an opportunity to encourage you guys to do the same. But I'm going to swoosh on out of my camera view, and then I'm going to start that raid. The boycott's important, gang. It's not... I'm going to say, I'm not criticizing you, Blaze, but I do think that's a poor excuse. I think that's a poor excuse. Because if you don't make your voice heard, that new implementation will hurt the creators that you care about, that you want to watch. It'll hurt the platform, it'll hurt marginalized creators, and it'll hurt everybody. Because, like, let's say you watch a lot of animated content, and you're like 35. YouTube decides, animation's for kids. You're a child. And suddenly, you've been age restricted, and you have no way to appeal it except for giving YouTube your fucking government ID. Now, not only have you had a worse experience on the platform, now YouTube has your personally identifiable information that they will then use and sell as data to to data brokers and advertising companies to target you specifically as an individual with advertisements. It is a violation of your privacy, and it is something you should care about. Anyway, I watch Dropout TV all day, baby. I watch fucking Smarty Pants. It's super funny. I'm going to swoosh it out of the frame. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Or I'll see you on Thursday. Wait, tomorrow is Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow, or I won't. Who knows? But with that in mind, until next time, stay out of trouble. Wait, I dropped something. Hold on. God damn it. Y'all are so difficult to, like... Why do you have to follow me? It's weird. I'm going somewhere. You're supposed to stay here while I send you off to somewhere else. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, until next time, stay out of trouble. Bye! If you're a new follower, thank you. I'm sorry we're ending. I'm exhausted. All right, I'm going to do the raid now.